경기도 화성시에는 궁평리와 매향리를 연결하는 방조제 사이로 생명을 품은 서해바다 그리고 화성호가 있습니다. 화성호와 매향리 갯벌을 품고 있는 화성습지는 국제적으로 중요한 철새들의 중간 쉼터입니다. 세상에서 가장 멀리 나는 새, 멸종위기종 2급 알락꼬리마도요가 쉬어가고 전 세계에 4,800여 마리밖에 남지 않은 국제적 멸종위기종 1급인 저새가 찾아옵니다. 새들의 먹이가 되는 굴, 조개, 개, 구둥, 지렁이, 새우, 곤충 등이 풍부한 화성호 일대에는 멸종위기종 천연기념물 44종의 조류와 97,000여의 다양한 생명체가 서식하는 생태계의 보고입니다. 바다와 강을 이어주는 새로운 길의 발견. 사람과 자연이 함께하는 공존의 발견. 멸종위기종 생명들이 살아가는 보존의 발견. 화성호에서 지구의 미래를 발견합니다.
This symposium is being held both online and offline. For online transmission, the noise from the ground may be transmitted, so please try not to make a noise. Please wear facial masks and keep distancing between seats. The 2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands will begin soon. Participants, please be seated. Good morning. I now declare the 2021 International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetlands open. The event is hosted by Hwaseong City, co-organized by EAAFP Secretariat, KFEM Hwaseong Birds Korea, and sponsored by the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Cultural Heritage Administration, and Hans Raeder Foundation. I am today's MC, Ryu Shi-yeon. Very pleased to meet you. Following the prevention guidelines, we are holding the event, but I am taking off my facial mask for the event proceeding. Please understand. The 2021 Hwaseong International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands, with the theme of connectivity, is being held for the communication about the importance and values of the Hwaseong Wetlands with local and international experts and citizens, and explore their ecological and policy connectivity. This symposium is being held following the COVID-19 prevention guidelines, both online and offline. Through Hwaseong TV and EAAFP YouTube channels, participants are with us locally and internationally. For online participants, we prepared a surprise, so please stay with us until the end of the event. I'm saying hello to online participants. I will introduce distinguished guests who are participating in person. Please greet when I introduce you, and please welcome them with a big round of applause. Mayor Seol-mo of Hwaseong City, who hosted this event, is present. President Kang Seok-chan of the Hwaseong Eco Foundation, who organized this event, is being with us. National Assembly member Song Ok-ju is present here. Chairman Jong-yong from Hwaseong City Council is with us. President Chun Man-gyu of Maehangri Peace Village, representing local residents, is here with us. Director Yu Ho from the Ministry of Environment is present. Park Ja-hyun from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is with us. Co-President Il-hwa of Hwaseong KFEM, the co-organizer of this symposium, is present. Also, Chief Executive Doug Watkins of EAAFP Secretariat is here with us. Another co-organizer, Dr. Nalmus from Birds Korea, is present. Despite the busy schedule, I express my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests joining us today. The first welcoming remarks will be delivered by Mayor Seol-mo. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. It is a great pleasure to meet you. The 2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands is very meaningful to me, and I appreciate the participants for their attendance. And also KFEM Hwaseong, EAAFP, and Birds Korea for their hard work in preparing for this event. We are preparing for the reduction of greenhouse gases. The wetlands are drawing the attention as carbon sinks, and the nations try to conserve the wetland resources through the Ramsar Convention. Hwaseong City has made efforts to conserve the Hwaseong Wetlands, and thanks to many people's dedicated efforts, many tidal flats were designated as a protected area. And as the chairman of the relevant committee, National Assembly member Song Ok-chu made a great effort, and I appreciate for her efforts. Hwaseong City is planning to designate Hwaseong Wetlands as a protected area and Ramsar site, and we will continue our efforts to do so. I hope this symposium can serve as an opportunity to share the values of the Hwaseong Wetlands and explore the ways for wide use of the wetlands. Lastly, for the conservation and wide use of the Hwaseong Wetlands, many discussants and speakers will discuss, and I appreciate for your participation. And please continue your support and interest in Hwaseong Wetlands. Thank you, Mayor Seo.
Next, we are going to invite Kang Seok-chan from Hwaseong Eco Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hands. So I'd like to deliver my remarks now. So first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to every one of you who are joining us in this symposium, and my special thanks also go to who spare no effort in order to make this symposium possible. Since 2019, we have been working hard to promote the international value of Hwaseong Wetland and find ways for our sustainable use through regularly held symposium. This year, Maehyangni Tidal Flat was designated as a wetland protected area, and building on this success, we are also aiming for its designation as a Ramsar site and World Heritage Site. This achievement we should all be proud of is the result of ongoing effort began 20 years ago to promote ecological value of Hwaseong Wetland. Today we have come together again to discuss ways of conserving our wetland ecosystem while benefiting the community so that we can pass on the better world to our future generation. We are now starting to realize the immense value of Hwaseong Wetland, but this wetland are also the site haunted by the painful memories of the recent past. Although now closed, the Maehyangni U.S. Air Force bombing range, in use for 50 years, was the symbol of war and the division of the Korean Peninsula. It was a place of terror and threat for the local residents. Furthermore, the Hwaseong, the sea defense wall that stands between Maehyangni and Gunpyeongni, cutting off the sea, is a reminder of a dark past. On the other hand, the wetland still possesses future the assets and resources. In order to better deal with the climate changes, we have agricultural production site Ujong and also the greenery site Janghan. The slogan of this symposium is all connected through the Hwaseong Wetland, one world, one future. What I picture for the Hwaseong Wetland is the eco-friendly agricultural complex inside the Hwaseong Lake for the production of eco-friendly agricultural products. These products can then be introduced all across the nation with zero carbon labels. The wetlands can also serve as a site for historical and environmental education, where visitors to Hwaseong Lake can learn about painful history while also learn about coexisting in harmony with nature. Expanding on this vision as the site visited by endangered birds such as Far Eastern Kolu, I hope that these wetlands can be the place where joint research takes place connecting two Koreas and China. In this way, wetland all across the Yellow Sea can open new era. 20 years ago, when I participated in demonstration to stop the final construction of a sea defense wall, I couldn't have imagined a symposium such as this will take place. This is how far we have come. This is the achievement of hard work put forth by everyone here today. I do not know what future awaits us, but considering that wetlands in Korea are being inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, I believe the choice we have to make is clear. After all, as a theme of this symposium, we need to make effort to connect the past and the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, President. You drew the future of the Hwasong. In the process of forging such a future, I believe this symposium can play a large role. And we will listen to the congratulatory remarks. National Assembly member Song Uk-ju will deliver her congratulatory remarks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Song Uk-ju from Hwaseong District, and I am the member of the National Assembly. I'm leading the Environment and Labor Committee. I'd like to congratulate you hosting this International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetland. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to send my sincere thanks to Hwaseong Mayor Cholmo. Please give a big hands to him. He made tremendous effort in order to organize this symposium. My special thanks also go to President Kang Sub-chan of Hwaseong Eco Foundation. He shared the history behind this Hwaseong wetland, so please give a big round of applause to President Kang as well. And also, we have a Chief Executive, Doug Watkinson from EAA-FP Secretariat, and the Birds Korea Federation for Environmental Movements of Hwaseong. Well, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to every one of you for hosting this symposium despite the challenging situation. And my special thanks also go to all the experts from home and abroad and also residents from Hwaseong for sparing time out of your busy schedule. Hwaseong Wetland is a stopover site for migratory waterbirds in EAAF and serves as ecosystem for numerous legally protected and endangered species such as shorebirds. As such, the ecological value of Hwaseong Wetland has been sufficiently verified and confirmed. In order to protect the Hwaseong Wetland, we made a continuous and ceaseless effort, and recently Meihangri Wetland has been designated as the protected areas, reflecting our efforts. I think it was possible because of our desire and determination to preserve Hwaseong Wetland and pass it to our next generation. This symposium will serve as a venue to discuss policy and academic agenda and to explore new direction of wetland and will lay the groundworks for the future of Hwaseong Wetland. So this symposium will serve as this opportunity. I sincerely hope that this Hwaseong Wetland is well preserved so that will be handed down to our next generation. From my side, I will do my best to this end as well. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you hosting International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetland, and I hope that we can share our insightful ideas and wisdoms for the protection of Hwaseong Wetland so that we can preserve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, President Chun Man-gyu of Maehangni Peace Village will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please come up on the stage. Good morning. These days, to share with my friends and acquaintances, I went fishing for several days, so my voice is not very clear, maybe because I am tired. There are a lot of foreigners who are participating here today, and I think my costume may look very unique. In 2001, 20 years ago, Seoul KFEM held an event annually to award a prize to the citizens. The name of the award was a Green Award, and the custom was the prize from the award. And I'd like to appreciate all the staff who made a dedicated effort to prepare this event. I was born in a fisherman's family in Maehangni. My ancestors were fishermen, so am I. Since my childhood, I had helped my father maintain and repair fishing gear. And I heard the fishermen's stories. As soon as I graduated from school, I went fishing on a small boat with my father. Or I installed fishing nets to catch fish, customized to the natural environment. And that was a traditional way of catching fish. For supporting the 2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands, which are directly connected with the livelihood of Maehang villagers, I am here today to deliver the message of solidarity. Under the name of nation's security and economic development, the residents in Maehangni have been oppressed for more than a half a century in terms of human rights and economy. It would have been for reviving the nation's economy and safeguarding peace, but our peace and right for survival have been trampled. Large-scale reclamation project and U.S. military bombing in Maehangni not only caused the fatal destruction to the natural ecosystems as well as threat to people's life, but also destroyed the peaceful relationship between human and nature. What's worse, Kia Factory, Pyeongtaek coal-fired power plants, and Hyundai Steel emit harmful substances such as wastewater and greenhouse gases beyond our imagination, despite the designation of Maehangni Tidal Flats as a wetland protected area. The designation of Maehangni Tidal Flats as a wetland protected area must ensure the conservation of the natural ecosystem and people's livelihood. However, by the politically and economically powerful, the ecosystem is destroyed, and the livelihood of a local resident is being reduced and disappearing. Global warming and COVID-19 due to climate change warns us that we humans must live in harmony with nature. In this context, I hope this International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands can serve as an opportunity to explore global responses beyond the scope of the Hwaseong region. Thank you. Thank you, President. Next, The co-president of KFEM, Hwaseong, will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. Many priests, reverends, and monks from religious circles are the co-presidents of Hwaseong KFEM. On behalf of other priests and reverends, I deliver congratulatory remarks. I am co-president Il-hwa. To those who are present here in spite of the cold weather, I convey my words of gratitude. In 2018, the first International Symposium, the Great Flight, Hwaseong Tidal Flat for People and Birds, was held and we greet the fourth one now. At the time, the location of Hwaseong Lake and the presence of black-faced spoonbills and sandpipers were very little known to people, but now they come to know how important Hwaseong wetlands are. And Maehangri tidal flats were designated as a wetland protected area. 30 to 40 years ago, tidal flats were reclaimed to build industrial complex and apartment buildings for economic development. And we thought it was beneficial for us. When our livelihood was unstable, materialistic abundance dominated this world, and monetary benefits for individuals and businesses justify the damage to and the destruction of nature. As a result, we are suffering from the COVID-19 and climate crisis. However, the greed for economic benefit through reckless development still continues, which may lead to the next generations. Fortunately, citizens, politicians, academia who are awake have begun seeking new direction. Ongoing studies on tidal flats and discussions about ecosystem recovery and restoration are carried out. I hope we can slow down and take care of other life forms around us. Human birds, wild flora and fauna inhabit the Hwaseong wetlands can enjoy their own lives without any disturbance, I hope. To Hwaseong City, Hwaseong Eco Foundation, EAAFP Secretariat, and Hwaseong KFEM and staff who have been dedicated to preparing for this event, I express my sincere thanks. Peace be with all lives in the Hwaseong wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we are going to invite Chief Executive Doug Watkinson from EAAFP Secretariat. Let's invite him up to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hands.
안녕하세요. It's my great pleasure for the Partnership Secretariat to co-organize the 2021 International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetlands with Hwaseong Eco Foundation, Korea Foundation for Environment Movements of Hwaseong, and hosted by Hwaseong City. Most importantly, I'm very happy to meet again the strong supporters of this journey, Mr. Cho Mi-sol, Mayor of Hwaseong City, Dr. Niall Moores of Birds Korea, Ms. Chun-Ni Kim from KFEM, and colleagues from Tidal Foundation, one of the important EAFP partners for future cooperation in the Yellow Sea with Hwaseong City. Like the theme of this symposium said, all connected through Hwaseong Wetlands, one world, one future. It is critical to reflect on our past achievements and works as we have come so far, and when we first launched the Hwaseong International Symposium in 2018. I'd like to highlight some of the joint achievements. The great collaborative survey work for the Far Eastern Curlew Network of the Korean Peninsula, surveys of the water birds in the Hwaseong Wetlands, 2 intensive training workshops for wardens for Hwaseong Wetlands, and other incredible activities to engage with the citizens and raise public awareness on our beautiful wetlands. Since the designation of Hwaseong Wetlands as one of our flyway network sites in late 2018, together we have made strong and remarkable progress under a shared mission to conserve the important habitat for our migratory water birds, for us, for the local community and beyond. All achievements set an example to other important sites in the flyway. As you all know, Getbol Korean tidal flats were inscribed on as World Heritage Sites in July. This means the importance of Korean tidal flats is now recognized internationally. Hwaseong Wetland also now is to prepare for a similar journey. Please don't forget the Hwaseong Wetlands is your treasure, and please share these stories globally. In finishing, I want to thank all of you here today for your committed passion and efforts to protect our migratory water birds and the wetlands that are essential for our flyway. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀드리겠습니다.
Thank you. All connected through the wetlands, one world, one future. This is the slogan of the 2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands. And there are people who are not participating in person, but they sent the congratulatory video message, including Minister Han Jung-hae of the Ministry of Environment, and we will meet them through the video.
환경부
Good morning,
장관
I am Minister Han Jung-hae of the
화성습지
Ministry of
보존과
Environment.
지속가능한
I
운용 방안을 모색하기
congratulate
위한
on the hosting of the
2021
2021 International
화성습지
Symposium for the
국제심포지엄
Hwaseong
개최
Wetlands for
축하드립니다.
their conservation and
지난
sustainable
7월
use.
매한미갯벌의 국가 연안습지 보호지역
I also
지정으로
sincerely
진심으로 축하드립니다.
congratulate on the designation of
습지는
Mayawi
지금
tidal
모든
flats as a
생물종의
national wetland
40%가 살고
protected area
있는
this July.
서식지이자
Wetlands are
또
the
생명의
habitat for
보고로서
40% of
생물
species on our
다양성의
planet
근원이기도
and
합니다.
treasure trove of life,
자연재해로부터 인간과 생태계를
biodiversity.
보호하고
They
또
have
탄소
protected human and
흡수원으로서 환경을
ecosystems from
정화하기도 하고
natural disasters,
또 우리
purified the
곁에는
environment
오랜
as
시간
carbon sinks,
변함없이
and been
지켜주고
with
있죠.
us for a long time.
정부는 1999년
Since the
습지보존법을
enactment of the
제정한 뒤에
Wetland
전국의
Conservation Act
습지를
in
조사하고
1990, the government
47개의
conducted
습지 보호지역을
surveys on
지정하는
wetlands
등
nationwide,
습지를 보호하기
designated
위해서
47
지속적으로
wetland
노력하고
protected
있습니다.
areas, and continues its
2,500여
efforts
개의
for
내륙
the
습지 중에서
conservation.
오늘
Among
심포지엄의 주제이고
2,500 inland
주인공인
wetlands, the
화성습지는
theme of today's
국제적으로도
symposium, the
중요한
Hwaseong
유동성
Wetlands,
물새
are
서식지로
internationally important
저새,
habitats
황새
for
등
migratory water
24종의
birds.
멸종 위기종이
24
서식하는
endangered
아주
species,
생물
including
다양성이
black-backed
풍부한
spoonbills
지역입니다.
and oriental storks,
지난 9월
inhabit the
환경부는 그
area.
생태적 가치를 고려해서
Considering the
화성호
ecological
내륙
values, the
습지를
Ministry of
국가습지보호지역으로
Environment
지정하는
formulated the
계획을
plan for the
수립하고요.
designation of
현재는
Hwaseong
화성시와
Lake
함께
inland
지역의
wetlands as
의견을
a
수렴하고
protected
있습니다.
area this September,
오늘
and
뜻깊은
is in the
자리를
process
마련해
of
주신
collecting local
서철모
opinions with Hwaseong City.
화성시장님과
To Mayor
강석찬
서철모
화성시
of Hwaseong City,
환경재단
President
이사장님을
Kang
비롯해서
Seok-chan of Hwaseong Eco
참여해주신 모든
Foundation,
분들께
and all the
감사하다는 말씀
participants,
드립니다.
I convey my
아무쪼록
words of
오늘
gratitude.
국제심포지엄이
I hope this
화성습지의
meaningful
지속가능한
symposium
보존을
can serve
위해서
as a
함께
venue to
고민하고
garner
또한
wisdom
지혜를
and
모으는
discuss the
좋은
ways
자리가
for
되기를
sustainable
기대합니다.
conservation of Hwaseong
고맙습니다.
Wetlands. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 국회 과학기술정보
Hello,
방송통신위원회
ladies and gentlemen. I'm
위원장
Iwon-woo,
화성을
National Assembly
국회의원
member of
이원욱입니다.
Hwaseong District. I
2021
serve as the chairman of
화성습지
ICT committee.
국제심포지엄
I'd like to
개최를
congratulate you on
진심으로
hosting
축하드립니다.
2021 International
우리는
Symposium
미래
for Hwaseong
세대에게
Wetland.
깨끗한
We have
지구를
a duty
전해줄
to pass
의무가
on Korean
있습니다.
planet to our future
화성습지는
generation,
미래
and
세대에게
Hwaseong
전해야
Wetland
할
is a valuable
화성
asset
시민의
of
그리고
the
전 세계인의
citizens of
소중한
Hwaseong City
자산이기도
and the
합니다.
people around the world.
이번 국제심포지엄을 통해
I hope that this
체계적인
international
보존과 더불어
symposium will serve as
해외
a venue
습지
for
성공
in-depth
사례를
discussion
통해
about the future
화성습지에
direction of
나아가야 할
Hwaseong
방향성에
Wetland
대해
through systematic
깊은
conservation and
토론의
successful
장이 되기를
overseas wetland
기대하겠습니다.
cases.
저는
I'd like
국회
to
포용국가
extend
ESG
my
포럼을
special
창립하여
thanks to all
과학기술적인
the
해법을
stakeholders
모색과
involved.
함께
I
ESG 경제
suggested
실천을
ESG committee,
약속했습니다.
and I will work for
함께
the
천혜의
realizations and
생태보고인
implementation of
화성습지를 지키고
ESG.
계시는 서철모
Taking this
화성시장님,
opportunity, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Mayor of
교수님과
Hwaseong,
모든 관계자
서철모,
여러분께
and Professor
감사드립니다.
Tianis Piasma, and all the
화성습지
relevant people.
국제심포지엄 파이팅!
I hope a great
Welcome
success of this
everybody
symposium.
to the 2021 Hwaseong Wetland International Symposium. I'm very happy to be here with you. My name is Bernhard Seliger and I'm the representative of Tidal Foundation. We are co-sponsoring this event. I think Hwaseong, and in particular the citizens of Hwaseong, together with good friends like Dr. Niall Moores of Birds Korea, achieved much in the last 2 or 3 years, in particular also the designation of Mehangri as a Ramsar site. Now it's very important to go the next step, like we do living with COVID. We also need to live with the wetland in a way which is sustainable, in a way where the people can live, but where also the birds and the wetlands of Hwaseong can thrive. And I'm sure this symposium is a very, very important part of this. In particular, I'm also very happy that today we look closer at the link which Hwaseong has with many other sites along the East Asian Australasian flyway, in particular in respect to this cute little bird, the far eastern curlew. That's a bird we already in the last year worked on together. This pamphlet was written by the EAAFP, the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, and was co-sponsored by Hwaseong and by the Tidal Foundation. I'm very happy that we are here with you today, and I wish you all the best for the symposium, and in particular all the best for the wetland and birds of Hwaseong.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 저는 YB의 보컬 그리고 화성습지 홍보대사 윤두현입니다. 네, 화성습지를 만나게 된 지도 벌써 3년이 되어 가는데요. 제가 직접 보고 느꼈던 생명력 넘치는 매향리 갯벌이 많은 분들의 노력으로 습지 보호 지역으로 지정되어서 정말 축하드립니다. 화성 습지 탐사 때 갈대숲에서 만난 개개비 그리고 종다리의 울음소리가 지금도 귓가에 들리는 것 같은데요. 그 친구들도 잘 지내는지 궁금합니다. 화성 습지의 체계적인 보존을 통해서 우리와 함께 살아가야 할 많은 생명들이 안정적으로 생존하고 번식할 수 있도록 우리 모두의 관심과 노력이 필요한 때인 것 같습니다. 화성습지의 습지 보호지역 지정과 세계적으로 인정받는 람사르 습지 등재까지 계속 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for all those who delivered the congratulatory remarks. There was a very good news this July. It was mentioned many different times in the opening ceremony. Maehangri Tidal Flats were designated as the wetland protected area, and we prepared a congratulatory video. It shows the past, present, and future of the Hwaseong Wetlands. Let us watch the video together.
지구가 숨을 고르는 곳,
Where the earth breathes
그리고 온갖
and where all
생명체들의
life
상터,
forms live,
습지.
wetlands.
국내 가장
One of the
대표적인 습지 중 하나인
representative wetlands in
화성
Korea.
습지가
Hwaseong Wetlands
또 하나의
is
우주로
another
되살아나고
universe
있다.
revive.
경기도 화성시 우정읍 일대에 자리 잡은 화성습지. 연안습지인 매향리 갯벌과 내륙습지인 화성어 내측 습지를 아우르고 있다. 7,301헥타르, 여의도 면적의 25배에 이르는 광활한 땅이다. 화성습지는 동아시아 대항주 철새 이동 경로 중 주요 중간 기착지로 물새의 먹이터이자 휴식처 역할을 하고 있다. 특히 도요물대새의 경우 매년 2만에서 4만 마리가 화성습지를 거쳐간다. 물새는 습지 생태계의 건강성을 나타내는 지표종으로 화성습지가 생태적 연결성을 안정적으로 유지하고 있다는 것을 의미한다. 화성습지 중 매양리 갯벌은 지난 2021년 7월 습지보호지역으로 지정 고시되었고 현재 람사르 지정을 준비하고 있다. 전 세계는 람사르 협약을 통해 희귀 동식물종, 특히 물새 서식지로서의 가치를 지닌 습지를 보호하기 위해 노력하고 있다. 이곳에는 7개, 바지락 등 160여 종의 대형 조사동물과
160 macro benthos and various
다양한
certain plants are
염생식물이
present
넓게 보호되어
widely,
있고 저새,
including black-faced spoonbills, far eastern toads, internationally endangered
또는
or
준위협
near
상태의
threatened
물새 등을 포함한
species,
108종의
various species
물새와
including
96종의
108 water birds and
다양한
96 land
생물종을
birds
서식하고
inhabit
있다.
the area.
매양리 갯벌은
매양리 tidal
이곳
flats
주민들에게도
have
오랜
been
세월 소중한
important
삶의
for the
터전이
livelihood of
되어왔다.
local residents.
봄에는
In spring,
밴댕이,
large-eyed
저기
herring.
파암게, 요만한
small
파암게
crabs.
그런 거, 여름엔 모치,
In summer,
숭어,
flathead mullet,
바지락,
short-neck
뭐 그런
clams,
게
and
나오고
swimming
꽃게,
crabs
꽃게도 많이 나오고
are
가을에는
harvested. In
전어,
autumn, gizzard shells,
무지하게 나왔죠.
piles
여기서.
of them.
말 그대로
It
바다의
was a fertile
온전히
ground in
새누리.
the ocean.
그러나 한국 전쟁
However,
시기였던
from 1951 to 2005, or 54 years,
매양리가
매양리 was a U.S. Air Force bombing range.
매화 향기 가득했던 이곳
The village once having teemed with the fragrance of plum blossom turned to be a place of death and suffering.
임신 8개월 된
An 8-month
임산부가
pregnant woman
작은 포탄에
died of a small bomb
꽂혀가지고
fragment
이제
stuck on her
즉사당하는 거
back.
아니야. 12살
A
먹은
12-year-old
소녀가
girl
포탄 파편에
became
맞아가지고
crippled
다리가
after
붕괴가
having
되는
been
또는
hit by a shell
14살,
fragment.
15살 먹은
About
그
14 or 15-year-old boys,
불광탄에서 이제
4 of
한꺼번에
them
4명이
were
이제
killed
폭사당하는
altogether
그런
by an
임명사고도
unexploded
있었고요.
bomb.
한때 우거진 숲을
New Ireland,
자랑하던
once
농사는
having boasted
미군의
green
폭격으로
forest,
3분의
shrank
1
to
크기로
1/3 of what it was
어민들은
because of
목숨줄이라고 할
U.S.
수
Air
있는
Force bombing.
바다와
Fishermen were
갯벌을
deprived of their
빼앗기고
means of livelihood, the sea and tidal flats.
마을 입구에 자리한
Merely
매양리
historical
역사관
monument located at the entrance of the village shows us scars and agony of people in the past.
그러나
Since
1990년대부터
1990s, to regain the right to live as human, civil society organizations and local residents never stopped fighting. Finally, in 2005, the shooting range was closed and peace came to Maehangri. The sea and tidal flats have revived.
폭격에 쫓겨 사라졌던 온갖 바다새와
Seabirds and
갯벌
life forms
생물들이
in tidal
다시
flats
우리
are
곁으로
returning
돌아오고
to
있는
us.
것이다. 더불어 이곳 마을에 국내 최대의
One of the
유소년
largest
야구장인
children's baseball
화성
stadium,
드림파크가
Hwaseong
들어섰고
Dream Park, was built in the
과거의
village.
아픔과 훼손된 환경을
To heal the
치유하기
past
위한
scars and environmental damage, the
평화생태공원
Peace and Eco Park is being built.
매양리 갯벌과 연결돼 있는
The Hwaseong Wetlands are
화성습지.
connected to Maehangri tidal
지난
flats.
2002년
In
방조제가
2002, when the
축조되면서
seawall was
거대한
built,
인공호수가
it turned to be
되었다.
a huge artificial lake.
간척 사업으로
Some of the
일부는
reclaimed
농지가,
land became
일부는
farming areas,
내륙습지가
and other
되면서
parts turned to be
수많은
inland
야생동물들의
wetlands,
소중한
precious
보금자리
habitats
역할을
for
해주고
countless
있다.
wildlife.
현재 화성호 내측
In the inner
습지에는
part of Hwaseong Lake wetlands, like white-tailed sea eagles, oriental stork, European otters, bufroids,
멸종위기 1, 2급 야생동물
including 24
24종을
endangered
포함해
species
609종의
plus one,
생물이
total
서식하고 있다.
609 species inhabit
특히
the area.
멸종위기 24종 중
Among 24
조류가
endangered
19종으로
species, 19
생물
species are
다양성이
birds.
높은 국제적
It is
물새
recognized
서식지로
as an
인정받고
internationally
있다.
important waterbird habitat of high biodiversity.
만약에
If
민물화하거나
inland
아니면은
wetlands
간척
themselves
사업을
are
계속해서
desalinated
진행해서 모두 다 간척지로
or
바꿔버리거나 땅으로
reclaimed,
바꿔버리게 되면 여기 이
biodiversity
들어 살고 있던
here
생명들이 한 종, 두
will
종의 종수가 많이
decline.
줄어들게 되겠죠.
화성습지가 물새
As the
서식지로
Hwaseong wetlands
널리
are known for
알려지면서
waterbird habitats,
탐조 활동 등
for birdwatch
생태교육을
or
위해
ecological
이곳을
education,
찾는 사람들이
the number
최근
of
급증
visitors
늘어났다.
has increased recently.
화성시와
Hwaseong
지역의
City and local CSOs
생태보고 화성습지를
to restore the Hwaseong wetlands, the treasure trove of biodiversity, are carrying out various activities.
매년 개최하는
The International
화성습지
Symposium being held
국제심포지엄도
annually
그
is
노력의
part of
일환이다.
such efforts. For the
화성시에서는
designation
현재 화성호
of inland
내륙습지를
wetlands as a
습지보호지역으로
wetland
지정하는
protected
한편
area
화성습지를
and as a
람사르
Ramsar
습지에 등록하기
site,
위한 절차를
Hwaseong City
차근차근
take
진행하고
steps.
있다. 더 나아가 유네스코
It also aims for
세계자연유산으로
UNESCO
등재하는 것
listing
역시
as a World Natural
화성시의 또
Heritage.
다른 목표다.
화성습지의
For
효율적
effective
보전
conservation
관리를
and management of the Hwaseong
습지의
Wetlands,
훼손을 방지하는 기반을
it is
마련하는 것이
important to
목표가
lay the
중요합니다.
foundation for
또한
preventing damage to
화성습지의 현명한
wetlands.
이용을 위해
For the wise
환경
use of
정비와
Hwaseong
생태
Wetlands,
관광을 통해 지역
we will
경제도
revitalize the local
활성화해
economy through ecotourism,
멸종위기 생명체를 비롯해
including endangered
다양한
species,
생물들의
a
안식처이자
resting place for
이곳에
various
기대어
life forms,
살아가는
and hope
우리
for
모두에게도
people who are
화성습지는
dependent
마지막
on the
희망이다.
Hwaseong Wetlands.
탁월한 보편적 가치를
By
두루
conserving the
지니고
Hwaseong Wetlands with
화성습지를
universal
잘
values,
보존해
we have to
후손에게
pass
물려주는
them down
위대한
to our next generations. It is the precious and beautiful responsibility and duty given to all of us.
So we just share the video clips to celebrate the value of Hwaseong Wetland. When I was young, what I learned was Korea is strategically located. So watching the video clips, I realized that Hwaseong City has great treasures and also that has ecological values indeed. And Hwaseong also had the painful history, but based on the continuous effort and the determinations by stakeholders, many things has been transformed in Hwaseong. So this is our last program. In this opening ceremony, we are going to have a proclamation ceremony to share a vision of a Hwaseong wetland. For this ceremony, we are going to invite VIPs up to the stage. So the video clip was shared so we could understand the value of Hwaseong wetland. And in order to keep the values, and we are going to have this special ceremony. So for this ceremony, I'm going to invite all the participants. I'm going to say Hwaseong, and please reply by saying 습지, which means wetland. So I'd like to invite you for this special ceremony. So the VIPs will be placed on the stage. So there will be button on the screen. So we are going to have a practice. I'm going to say Hwaseong, then please reply by saying the 습지. Great. So we are going to say 화성습지, which means Hwaseong wetland. When G is pronounced, then please touch the button on the screen. So I believe VIPs are ready for this special ceremony. 습지. Please press the button. So what is that? So the red color has been transformed to the green, and we could see the special messages there. So now we are going to have a photo session. VIPs, please remain on the stage. We are going to have a photo session. So I'd like to extend my sincere thanks for your continuous affection and support for Hwaseong Wetland. So now we are going to have a photo session by inviting all the VIPs. So please be placed at the center of the stage. We are going to take a photographs. So this is the last program of opening ceremony. We just had the proclamation ceremony to share vision of Hwaseong Wetland. So after this photo session, we are going to start the main session by inviting Mayor of 화성습지 서철모. He's going to deliver keynote presentation. So the Mayor sir, please remain on the stage for this keynote presentation. Thank you so much. So you may go down to the stage. So now we are going to have a keynote presentation. We are going to prepare the podium for keynote presentation. So we are having this International Symposium under the topic of All Connected Through Hwaseong Wetland, One World, One Future. We just concluded the opening ceremony. Let's start the keynote presentation. So the mayor of Hwaseong City, 서철모, will deliver this. So he is going to share keynote presentation with the topic All Connected Through Hwaseong Wetland, One World, One Future. Please welcome him with a big hands.
I'm very pleased to meet you. I am Mayor 서철모 of Hwaseong City. Today, in the 2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands with internationally renowned scholars and experts, I am so honored and delighted to deliver the keynote speech. When I inaugurated as a mayor in 2018, the main interest was environment and the designation of the wetland protected area and Ramsar site. And I'm so happy that we were able to produce fruitful outcomes. In 2021, we had two fruitful outcomes. 14 square kilometers of Maehangri tidal flats were designated as a coastal wetland protected area this July and made application for listing as a Ramsar site. 9 square kilometers of the Hwaseong Lake wetlands applied for the designation of a protected area for inland wetlands. In 2018, the Hwaseong wetlands were designated as an EAAFP flyway network site, which moved me a lot. And since then, we have made efforts to conserve the wetlands and we are producing some fruitful outcomes. It draws the international attention beyond our region, and their values are internationally recognized. If you visit the lobby of Hwaseong City Hall building, the 2021 Hwaseong Wetlands exhibition is being held. By citizens' participation, the works were submitted nationwide and 20 prize-winning works are displayed in the City Hall. Then you can appreciate them at SRT Dongtan Station. Hwaseong City held a nationwide photo contest with the theme of Hwaseong Embrace Peace and the contest for characters and illustrations for the promotion of the Hwaseong Wetlands. Not only Hwaseong citizens, but also nationwide, it shows the importance of the conservation of the wetlands. 2 weeks ago, we had the event named the Road Toward Life and Peace. It began from Hwaseong City and finished with the 4-kilometer walk on Hwaseong seawall of Hwaseong Wetlands. Hwaseong City, Hwaseong KFEM, Hwaseong Eco Foundation, and EAAFP co-organized the event for awareness raising about the Hwaseong Wetlands, the road toward life in the era of climate crisis. 17 civil organizations joined us. Let me tell you why I mentioned about these two events. since 2018, through this kind of international symposium, we have created academic and policy discourses, and we also drew the international attention, and promotion was made through video clips. And that is why we had begun this event in 2018. Without global attention, it is very difficult to inform of the importance of wetlands. And this is our fourth international symposium, which draws a lot of attention. The reason we are holding these two events is because that we would like to inform of the importance of the wetlands and let the citizens and children know what the wetlands are and why we have to conserve them, and their ecological, environmental, economic, and cultural benefits. Although they are designated as a protected area or Ramsar site by the administrative efforts, citizens must value and love wetlands to actually safeguard and protect them. I'd like to re-emphasize that citizens should be able to make their own heartfelt decision to conserve and protect them. To this end, citizens should be able to see and feel wetlands in various ways, including joining the contest, so they can come to see the wetlands more often. In the face of the climate crisis, as carbon sinks and as the treasure trove of biodiversity, wetlands must be protected and conserved. Above all, this planet is the heritage we are borrowing from our descendants. Through this symposium, I hope we can find out how we can pass down our planet and practice such actions. As the theme of the forum, all connected through the wetlands, one world, one future, I hope we can embrace, be connected and open through the wetlands. Thank you.
So we just heard from Mayor of the Hwaseong City. He shared his affections and love for Hwaseong Wetland. And now we are going to start the first session for this International Symposium. So actually there is the video clip. So we are going to share video clip first, and after that we are going to go into the first session.
Sea, then land, then sea again. The Hwaseong tidal flood is an interconnected web of plant and animal life. At low tide, crabs emerge from burrows as shellfishers and birds alike spread out across the mud to find their food. Each of these bird species has a specialized bill shape, their own perfect tool for catching food. There can be no escape from these birds, even for crabs trying to hide deep in the mud. Perfectly adapted for catching food, most of these birds cannot swim at all well, so as the tide rushes back in, they fly across the seawall to Hwaseong Lake. Here, the birds can keep on feeding or can rest, safe from predators and disturbance. The Hwaseong Wetlands supports several threatened and near-threatened species, including the great knot and the bar-tailed godwit, both arriving here after a non-stop flight from Australia and New Zealand. At Hwaseong, these birds refuel and rest up on the tidal flat before taking their next great flight, another week or so without food or rest, all the way to their breeding grounds in Russia or Alaska. And feeding alongside these shorebirds are several species designated as Korean national natural monuments. But these tidal flats in this lake are not only important to Hwaseong City and to Korea, they are internationally important as defined by the Ramsar Convention. So how should we conserve this life-giving sea and tidal flat for now and into the future? How can we ensure that our children and our children's children can continue to marvel at Hwaseong's great flight?
We just shared a video clip about the value of a Hwaseong wetland. And as I mentioned, we are having hybrid the events online and offline. And online, we have many audiences and participants. And there is the surprise event for the online participants. And we are going to have a quiz time. So on the screen, you can see the pop-up quiz. So please send the answer. Then we are going to have the lucky draw. So on July 20, 2021, Hwaseong tidal flat was designated among Hwaseong wetland. What would you call this designated area for wetland and surrounding management area that the county considers valuable for conservation? So you can see the 5 different options. So please do choose the answer. Please do share only numbers, just 1 or 2. So the Arabic numbers, that can be considered as the answer. You cannot say number 1 or number 2. Please write 1, 2, or 3. Those are the numbers only. Then now we are going to start the first session. The title of the first session is about the use of tidal floods and the role of policies. For this, we are going to have 4 presentations, and after presentation, there will be Q&A session. For this session, we are going to invite President Kang Seok-chan from Hwaseong Eco Foundation. He is going to act as a moderator. So let's invite Mr. Kang up to the stage. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the moderator of Section 1. I'm Kang Seok-chan, President of Hwaseong Eco Foundation. So in this first session, we are going to have our discussions about wise use of Hwaseong wetland and the policy implications. Under this topic, we are going to have 4 presentations, and that will be followed by discussions. So 4 speakers will be invited. So when the presentation is made, I'm going to introduce each speaker. Would it be better to introduce all the speakers first? Okay, there is the podium for speaker. Then we are going to invite the speaker one by one. Our first speaker is from Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. The Park Ja-hyun, the Deputy Director, will share ideas about master plan on management and restoration on tidal flats in Korea. Let's invite him. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So it is my pleasure to be part of this event. I am Park Ja-hyun. I will share information about master plan for the restoration and management of tidal floods. So actually there are the quite dense information, but time is limited, so I'm going to only share key messages. So this is the overview of a tidal floods. And well, actually, in the west coast and the south coast, and we call that the coast as rustic, the coast, the geographic, the shapes, and about 84% of that kind of the coast is located in the west coast. So in the 1980s and 1990s, there has been great demand for developments, and there has been great activities of reclamation, so the size of wetland has been reduced. But as we go into the 2000, and while we initiated conservations and also we made effort in order to restore damages wetland. So we believe that the number of wetlands and the size of wetland will remain the same, more or less the same, I believe. And next is the social and economic values. So about 6.6% of a population and of a Korean population is living in the tidal flood areas. And Incheon is the quite a big city which has the tidal flood, but most of other cities which have the tidal flood have reducing populations. Well, and also the tidal flood fishing activities is reducing as well. This is about the biodiversity of tidal floods. And as of 2000, and there are about 770 species which are living in tidal floods. So when we see the Wadden Sea, well, which is listed in World Heritage Site, and the number of species in Wadden Sea is about 400. So 770 species is a pretty high number. And also we have about the 1,000 species, and according to the recent survey, so I believe that if we have survey once again, the number can be increased. And also the Manila, the clams and the many other species are living on this tidal flats, and the tidal flat have the 6.9 billion won values, and also the total tidal flood it has about 16 trillion won when we consider other the functions as well. We do not release this data, but the tidal flood can reduce the disasters and also have a great the functions in order to reduce the nitrogen the pollutant. So the value of a tidal flood can be enhanced further when we consider all these features and functions. And these are the basic plans for the use of a tidal flood. So we have the 6-step plan. And well, in the year 2006, we had the enactment of the Tidal Flood Act, and based on that, basic plan was established. So when we established the act and the regulations, and we have various the action plans. So what kind of procedures will be implemented in order to realize all these visions and objectives? In the sense, this basic plan has a great significance. So I'd like to share the basic the plan directions. And we had pretty much focused on conservations in the past, but now we continue our effort regarding preservation and conservation. But we are going to also consider wise use of a tidal flood, and also the fishermen's and the local residents' engagement will be enhanced as well. Based on that, value of a tidal flood can be enhanced further. So these the numbers from the past and the present, but that was mentioned by other speakers, so let me skip this. So we want to make the tidal flood where the various species and also residents can live together. So we have the 5 strategies and about 18 goals and targets. So let me go through one by one. So first strategy is about strengthening the scientific foundation for wetland management. So in the the action plans, we focus on scientific approaches. So scientific data will be collected. Based on that, plans will be established. Starting from next year, we plan to have the actual field study and field survey regarding tidal flood based on the result, and the further plans will be established. And we are going to have the rating systems for the tidal floods. Based on this, we are going to have more detailed plans for the conservation and the preservations. So depending on the ratings, and if a certain the tidal flood need a conservations, and we are going to give a resting period for that. And also Ministry of Environment introduced the ecosystem D values. So the ecosystem value will be calculated. And you might be familiar with this ecosystem value and EPS system. But well, actually the ecosystem has a various the service functions like the provisioning the functions and regulation functions and cultural functions and support functions. So all these the basic functions and provided by ecosystem. So tidal flood serving as the great functions indeed. So we are going to figure out the exact value of tidal flood. So based on that, we are going to give the incentives to the people who make effort for the conservation for this ecosystem. And we are going to expand our the plans for conservation and wise use. And many general publics have great interest about the carbon sink functions of tidal floods. And about 260,000 tons of CO2 can be observed by tidal flood, that they can be compared to 110,000 vehicles on the road. So we didn't focus on these chief functions in the past, but according to the recent scientific data, we can have greater focus on such the values of a tidal flood because we have a great interest about green transformations and Green Deal. And we are going to highly value the function of a tidal flood in that aspects. So the CO2, the sink, and the function, and that will be calculated further. So based on that, the tidal flood value will be increased down the road. And the next is about the actual management of tidal flood based on the scientific data. There the land-based pollutions. So we are going to have the estuary-based and the protection measures and the Hwaseong and the wetland, those the managed in separate way. But we are going to have the estuary-based approaches, and we can better handle the pollutions and in more well accurate way. And we are planning to develop the manuals and have a collaboration and networks with relevant stakeholders and relevant agencies. And previously, I talked about the rating systems, and the other relevant systems will be developed further in order to preserve this wetland. And also, we have the tidal flood management plans. And we are going to have a designation schemes for the clean tidal floods. So when the marine products are produced from that site, then the special labels can be attached, so they can have the high premiums on the site. And people have a great interest about the tidal floods, so there are increasing hand-on experience programs. The tidal floods the much visited by the visitors. But recently we experienced a high number of mud flood fishing related accidents. So in order to enhance the safety, we are sharing more detailed information about the tidal floods, and also signboard will be established, and also alarm signs will be burst out when the danger is imminent. So based on that, we can reduce the accidents on the tidal flood. And the next one is about increased carbon storage and the capability through tidal flood ecosystem restoration. So that was mentioned earlier, so let me skip that one. And we are going to have the continuous effort in order to have the increased functions for the absorption of greenhouse gases. So when it comes to the salt marshes, and well, the salt marshes is about 50 square kilometers out of 2,400 square kilometers. So, well, we need to focus on the preservation of this salt marsh in more intensive way. And there was the vegetation in the salt way, but that has been damaged greatly. So we are going to have a restoration of those vegetation because the salt marsh with the vegetation has a 2 times higher the carbon absorption capabilities. So the carbon blue function can be increased further. And also, we are going to have a continuous effort in order to enhance international cooperations regarding that. So we are going to have the vegetation and the restoration project, and also besides that, starting from 2010, centering on reclamation areas, and we are making effort in order to restore seawater passages. So with the reclamations, actually seawater passage was disappeared, so we are making effort in order to restore that one. And in the past, we purchased the salt, the well production site, but more the areas will be secured in order to restore the seawater passage, and also restoration project will be increased and expanded further in order to secure high amount of the wetland, and the higher value will be returned to residents. And next is about the enhanced utilization of tidal flood ecosystem service. And the tourism is one industry this tidal flood can offer, so that can have the cultural functions in particular here. And also we have a plan to nurture and foster eco tour guide. In order to promote tourism in tidal flood, human resources should be fostered. An eco tour guide is one of the example. Someday later, I'm going to introduce eco villages. So this eco tour guide will work in these eco villages. And also, as I mentioned, there are the accident in tidal floods. So eco tour guide will be dispatched there in order to reduce the number of accidents. And the nearby the areas will be designated as the eco villages. So ecotourism will be promoted further. So all these the interconnected the programs and the schemes. And what I want to introduce now is to enhance the well certification system. So when the eco-friendliness is increased, then special certification can be given. So people's awareness about the clean tidal flood can be increased as well. So based on the awareness raising rising programs, and we are going to have the more the effort. So there is the video clip produced by Korea Tourism Authority called Mud Max received well in overseas countries, and also that made great contributions in order to increase tourism. So we plan to produce the video clips about tidal flood. The last one is about enhancing the governance. The tidal place the organically interconnected. So we are going to have a more systematic management schemes in order to better manage tidal floods. And also we are going to enhance the engagement of NGOs, and also citizens will participate and they will have the monitoring effort as well. And also we are going to make effort in order to enhance international collaborations in order to have the watching activities. This is from my side. Thank you so much. So we just heard from Mr. Park Jae-hyun. Thank you for sharing detailed information. So listening his presentation, I once again realized that tidal flood can serve as this special function as carbon sink. That is the new function we focus on. And the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries will have the great the balance between the use and the conservations, and also harmonizations, and also the balance to use as well. And actually, we give only 10 minutes for each presentation. So please limit your presentation within given time frame, which is 10 minutes. So I ask the speakers to abide by these time limitations.
Next, for the conservation of Suncheon Bay and the listing of UNESCO listing and Ramsar site, this was proceeded by the Hwang Seon-mi, team member of Suncheon Bay Division. Hello, I am Hwang Seon-mi from Suncheon Bay Conservation Division. Due to COVID-19, it has been such a long time to be on the podium like this. Because of time limitation, I can't speak for a long time, but I'd like to deliver some messages to local residents and administration. Suncheon Bay was designated as a wetland protected area and listed as a World Natural Heritage this year, and I will see how I will look at the processes so far. When we talk about Suncheon in Seoul, people thought of Sunchang, so it was not very well known to citizens in Seoul. But the population is increasing in Suncheon, the only area in Jeonnam province. Following Gwangju metropolitan city and Jeonju city, it has become the third largest city in Jeolla province. And I think it is because of the brand name and history of Suncheon Bay. We have had a long conservation history. In 1992, we tried to prevent the contaminated water inflow into Dongcheon estuary, and we carried out the ecological survey, and citizens came to know about the value of the wetlands. In 2003, the Suncheon Bay tidal flood was designated as a wetland protected area. Dr. Dalmus visited Suncheon Bay at the time, and he surveyed on birds. Looking at the process of the designation of Hwaseong Wetlands as a protected area, I still see Dr. Moss, and I appreciate him for his efforts. In 2005, to conserve the migratory bird reserve, the Suncheon had begun the project, and the project still continues. In 2006, it was designated as a Ramsar site for the first time as a coastal wetland. After that, the restoration of the wetlands was carried out. And the farming areas near the Suncheon Bay was designated as ecosystem conservation area to prevent the further development and to protect migratory birds. And I believe you heard of the hooded crane landscape farming. And also, inland wetlands began to be restored in Dongcheon estuary. And non-eco-friendly facilities were demolished near the Suncheon Bay, and the areas were restored to the wetlands. And the farming areas and estuaries near the farming areas were designated as wetland protected area, and we listed those areas as a Ramsar site. With the support from the Ministry of Environment, we are carrying out the restoration project. Since 2018, we had a very good news for Suncheon City. The entire Suncheon City was designated as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and Suncheon was accredited as a Ramsar wetland city. Currently, Suncheon Bay is not just limited to 28 hectares. It is divided into many different zones and we formed the eco belt. Under the eco belt, the area must be preserved. And according to the law, it is managed. And the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries manage these areas. The blue area is the coastal wetlands equivalent to 2,800 hectares. And on the right-hand side, it is inland wetland managed by the Ministry of Environment. From the perspective of people and municipal governments, coastal is under the management of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and land is under the Ministry of Environment. But we looked at these areas from the perspective of birds. They do not care about the zones divided by the central government departments. So we adopted integrated approach. Farming areas, mountains, salt ponds. We included various areas. So these kinds of various ecosystems drew many species to Suncheon Bay. Before the COVID-19, Suncheon attracted more than 10 million tourists thanks to Suncheon Bay. When avian influenza spread nationwide, we closed the Suncheon Bay. But we got the call from restaurants in the urban area, and people are not visiting accommodation facilities and restaurants in Suncheon City because of Suncheon Bay closure. Hooded cranes is the flagship bird of Suncheon Bay. About 80 cranes inhabited in Suncheon, but now it increased to 30,000. This is the photo of the hooded cranes taken 2 years ago. From the breeding sites until they arrive in Suncheon Bay, they inhabit in Suncheon Bay for 6 months. And there are about 5,000 hooded cranes staging in Suncheon Bay before reaching Izumi in Japan. So there are two groups. One is wintering and the other is staging ones before going to Izumi. Then what kind of projects are carried out in Suncheon Bay? This is the wetland restoration project. Ministry of Environment and Ministry of the Oceans and Fisheries are involved in Suncheon Bay. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries are carrying out the restoration of the coastal areas. By active engagement. If you look at the yellow dot line, this is the restoration project carried out by the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. This is the old salt pond. There was a boom of the solar power plant development. Large-scale solar power panels may disturb waterbirds. So they felt the review of the project. Salt ponds are private lands. About 420,000 hectares are restored to tidal flats. And if you look at the red square, after the designation of the wetland protected area, right in front of the tidal flats, there were poultry farms. To prevent the AI spreading the poultry farms, we preemptively acted. So restoration of the coastal wetlands is being carried out. The conservation of Suncheon Bay was not driven by administration. Secretary General Kim Choo-ni of KFEM, including her, many experts expressed their views and opinions about the conservation. And we felt the importance of the governance system for Suncheon Bay. So the ordinance was established to involve civil society organizations, experts. So all the issues related to Suncheon Bay are discussed in this governance system. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. But we have the legal system in place. So I hope we can activate this governance system. And the Ramsar Regional Center, East Asia, is located in Suncheon, and we are seeking advice from them. And this is the participatory project. I have working for the conservation of Suncheon Bay for more than 20 years. Wetland protection without the consensus from local residents is very difficult. So we began the participatory project. We removed the reeds and removed the reeds were recycled for booth at the exhibition. It also created job opportunities. When hooded cranes rested, sometimes automobiles passed and we had no control. But now residents install the fence for birds to roost without any disturbance. Number 1 and 2 still continue from 2009 up to now. And for Hooded Crane Farming Association, we gained the support from the Ministry of Environment. And for number 3, civil society organizations demanded for civil organizations to actively participate in the conservation activities. They asked for formulating the ordinance. So some part of tourist revenue is given to local residents, and this is the project supported by the ordinance. This is the area where the wetlands and inlands are integrated, and there are 11 villages, and we discussed what kind of projects or businesses can be carried out in the villages. So villagers made a decision for themselves, and they carried out the project. And all the processes and procedures have been consulted by local organizations. And this project is still being proceeded. And Suncheon Bay Clean 365 project is very touching to me. The length of coastal area is about 40 kilometers. And you only watch one spot among many different fishing villages. There are different cultures of fishermen and fishing villages. To involve them, what do we need? The waste deposited in the coastal area and illegal dumping of waste, to remove such things, local residents have to conserve and manage the tidal flats. So as a capacity building project, civil society organizations went to villages to discuss the waste issues with the local residents. So village representatives met with the administration, and this local management council is visiting villagers. So I believe these two committees will make Suncheon Bay healthier. From Russia, hooded cranes came to Suncheon Bay, and they must have stopped Mundok site. And I heard that the hooded cranes roosted in Hwaseong Wetlands as well, and they are wintering in Suncheon Bay. The southeastern coast area is one, and the entire Yellow Sea is one integrated region. Through wetland protected area, Ramsar site, and UNESCO World Heritage, I hope we can think of nature, solidarity among nations, and solidarity with experts for the sustainable city. Thank you for listening.
So we just heard from the Hwang Seon-mi. So she shared the experience from Suncheon Bay. So, well, actually, the conservation and livelihood can go together. So, the salt pond utilizations and other the measures have been introduced. So, as the such effort, actually, Suncheon is the only city which is witnessing the high increase of population. So, thank you for the presentation. So, we are going to move to the third presentation. For this, we are going to invite Dr. Lee Soo-jin from Gyeonggi Research Institute. She is going to share ideas about the link between Gyeonggi Bay trail-based tourism. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Soo-jin from Gyeonggi Research Institute. And actually, my background is a bit different. So the background is the tourism. So how the tourism the activities can give great contributions to enhance the quality of lives. That is my area of study. So many of you actually study environments and majored in environmental conservations. But those the environmental resources can be jointly used in wise way, and this is quite the difficult and the position to talk about the use of environment in front of people who are making effort for the conservation and preservation. But as the other speaker mentions, and actually there is the great the willingness to include tourism as well in the past to protect in the environments. So today I'd like to share the ideas about trail-based tourism. So bicycle way and other trails, and those can be the examples. So due to COVID-19 pandemic, we experience a lot of changes in our daily lives. And we are having many hybrid international events and wearing face masks. And those are a few examples we are experiencing due to pandemic. So in this COVID era, how we can promote tourism and how we can develop this trail-based tourism. Regarding that, I'd like to make a few suggestions. So we are wearing face masks here and also keeping social distancing measures, and there are the screens as well. So about 2 years ago, we could not imagine such lives, but experiencing pandemics, our lives has gone through dramatic transformations. In particular, the tourism sector received a great hit indeed. So here you can see the influx and outflux, and the orange color, that is the influx, and blue color is the outflux. So the orange color shows the number of foreign visitors to Korea. So after 2000, there have been the full the decrease, the sales and the economic and the slowdown and the MERS and the SAD deployments. And those the four incidents, we experience a great drop of the foreign visitors. Actually, the Chinese visitors take a big portion. That's why with the SARS issues, the number of Chinese the visitors decreased in great manner. But that cannot be compared to the COVID the case. After experiencing COVID-19, influx and outflux, about 85% decrease is what we witness. The Korea and other countries, they witness the reduction of the tourism demand about 75%. So I'd like to give some the numbers. So more than 1 billion tourists kind of disappeared due to COVID-19 pandemic. The tourism industry had the great havoc indeed, and the scale has been reduced, and also number of jobs has been reduced as well. So when I see the data of each country, the Jamaica and the Thailand, and those the developing countries which highly depend on the tourism, the industry had a great the financial havocs, and Korea had the country which ranked about 11th regarding loss of the tourism income. So we had about 20 billion won loss. And due to the COVID-19, we could not travel overseas, so you might expect there might be active domestic the tourism, but it's not compared to 2019 and 2020. There was an 18% and the reductions regarding domestic tourism as well. We are going to share more detailed data by reason. So the Incheon has the Incheon airport, and well, that had a reduction of the visitor after COVID-19, and also there the other the site which used to be unknown. So in the past there was no high demand for tourism. So well, after COVID-19, people want to go to the quiet and place, less crowded place. So well, when we see number 3, the Incheon Ungjin and the Gyeonggi Yeoncheon, and those in the high ranking. So the Yeoncheon has never secured such a high position. So the places which was previously unknown are much visited by visitors after COVID-19 because people want to go to unvisited places. As you can see, the yellow color base, and well, that places have the golf resort, so that is visited by many the people. But when it comes to the indoor facilities like a concert and cinemas, and those witness great reductions of visitors. So the COVID-19 actually shifted the trend of tourism. So how we can see the relations with the Gyeonggi-based, trail-based tourism. So Korea Tourism, the authority, actually shared 7 different the keywords regarding tourism. And out of the 7, I believe we can actually promote the second one, encouragement. So we can console tired mind and tired heart. So we can, well, actually introduce the mountain trails and other the maritime trails so that people can enjoy the nature. So Gangwon, the province, and the Jeju Island actually promoting such a tourism by enacting the ordinance. So Gyeonggi Bay has ecological values and great natural values. So we are making effort in order to develop its unique tourism assets in this COVID-19 pandemic era. So what we came up with is the trail-based tourism. So kayak and canoe and bicycles and food, those non-motorized means can be used so that the visitors can enjoy tourism assets by using non-motorized means. So it might sound difficult, but well, actually there are many passes like the bicycle pass and OLED pass. And well, when we had a survey about actually high number of people answered that they had the prior experience regarding this trail-based tourism. Trail-based tourism has a significance. The environmentalists actually worry about the tourism activities because when we develop tourism complex, that inevitably gives great damages on our environments. But trail-based tourism can be different. So the original, the landscape and natures can be used as it is. So in a sustainable way, the tourism resources can be developed. In that aspect, the trail-based tourism have a great benefits indeed, and that has the sustainable aspect. That's why I'm introducing that to you today. And we are moving very fast. Well, this. Then the presentation should be made within 10 minutes, so I have a great burden time-wise. So I speak pretty fast now, but it is important to experience the slow the flow in our lives. So when we want to introduce such tourism programs, We can utilize non-motorized means and for transportations, and the visitors can enjoy their landscapes beyond administrative boundaries, and also the walking slowly, the visitors can feel the great aspects of all the site they visit. That's why this trail-based tourism is greatly loved. Not only central government, but also local governments, including Gyeonggi province, are developing such a trail-based tourism. So the older trail and also the eco-friendly trails in the Gyeonggi Bay currently being developed. So on the left side and right side, you can see the Gyeonggi older trail and also eco trail. Those the much they loved by the visitors. So Jeju is well known as the Ole Gil, which is the one type of trail-based tourism. When he had this survey, about the 60% of the respondents said they choose the Jeju in order to visit this Ole Gil. So that is the appealing aspects indeed. So Gyeonggi Province is developing two programs. One is Gyeonggi Eco Museum project. The second one is a Gyeonggi Dule Pass project. So how we can actually translate all these assets in more attractive way? It is important to reduce the crowd, crowdedness. Well, in the past, we focused on increasing the number of visitors, but experiencing COVID-19, we once again realized that it is important to have a certain limitations. So that we do not give any burdens on our nature. So we can give a resting period to nature. As the human needs rest, nature also need a resting period as well. So when great burden is given to certain part of the nature, this resting period can be designated so that we can better preserve all these environments. And also among different counties and cities, we can have collaborations. And also based on this network, we can develop the programs which can appeal to the visitors. And also it is important to have the branding effort. And this is one example. This is to follow the Salt Road in Gyeonggi Bay. So while I am preparing this, the presentations, and I first got to know about the Salt Road. Salt Road is the fascinating word, but the promotion should be done further in order to attract visitors. Well, thank you. Well, we just heard from Dr. Lee Soo-jin. The large-scale engineering developments that give us greater burdens on environment, so rather than such a massive-scale development, trail-based tourism can give greater benefits. As one example, Santiago, the trail can be cited as a representative example. The trail itself is important, but other supporting facilities like restaurants and accommodations should be well in place so that we can promote tourism further. I hope that we can have that kind of the programs here.
Our last speaker is Ki Young-jung, the chairman of the steering committee of Hwaseong KFEM, and he will present the policy proposal for the wetland conservation. Hello, everyone. I am Jung Ki-young, the chairman of the steering committee of the Hwaseong KFEM. This is the fourth International Symposium in Hwaseong, and Secretary General Kim Chun-hee of KFEM has made great efforts to make this happen, but I don't think she was properly introduced in the morning. So let us give her a big round of applause for her efforts. For 6 years, Director General Park Hae-jung of Hwaseong KFEM carried out various activities to hold the International Symposium. So please give her a round of applause for her efforts. I'm not very familiar with this kind of opportunity, so please understand me, although I am not fluent. I was asked to propose policies for the sustainable Hwaseong Wetlands. The mayor is not present here, but in the last moment, I may make some bitter comments, so please understand. The Hwaseong Wetlands are the important ecological axis in Gyeonggi Bay, connecting Gyeonggi Bay and Asan Bay, and I believe it is the core ecological axis. About 60% of tidal flats decline because of development. In the name of tourism, I believe there are lots of areas which may be damaged in Hwaseong area. So I hope we can review the importance of the Hwaseong Wetlands in Gyeonggi Bay. If we look at the special characteristics of the Hwaseong Wetlands, the seawall was complete in 2002. But water quality has not improved, so seawater exchange is being made. Maehangri tidal flats and Hwaseong reclamation lakes. Most tidal flats have disappeared in this area, but due to seawater exchange, the tidal flats revive partially. For agricultural purpose, we store water, and that's how the freshwater wetlands were created. Maehangri tidal flat of Hwaseong Wetlands were designated as the protected area in July of 2021 because they fulfilled most requirements for protected area. The inner part of Hwaseong Wetlands must be designated as the protected area as well. And I believe that is the one purpose of holding this symposium. There are 24 legally protected species inhabit the area. And I took the photo of hooded cranes in Hwaseong Wetlands. And swan tree frog was also found. If we look at the inner part of Hwaseong Wetlands, they fulfill 3 Ramsar criteria, so the inland area can be designated as the protected area from my perspective. In connection with UN SDGs, I believe Hwaseong Wetlands can help achieving 7 or 8 sustainable development goals, including blue carbon function. About 480,000 of greenhouse gases can be reduced by the wetlands, so the Hwaseong Wetlands must be protected. And we also need to consider the restoration of tidal flats. The marine ecosystem basic plan includes the habitat protection and restoration of species. Then how the wetlands are managed overseas. So for German case, there are 3 steps. The first step is restricted zone, and the second one is buffer zone, and the third one is recreation area. I think Hong Kong takes the similar steps. Probably the Hwaseong Wetlands can have 3 steps of protection for local residents to use the wetlands wisely. In the dimension of tourism and wetland management, I hope wise use can be performed so the local residents can be benefited. For Hong Kong case, there are 4 or 5 steps of management. Core areas, biodiversity area, wide use area, public access area. So they are classified in detail. Then what is going to be the sustainable wetland policy for Hwaseong Wetlands? I believe these areas are important ecological axes. The Maehangni area, maybe we need to define the Maehangni area more accurately with the consultation from experts. For the sustainable management of wetlands, we need to have stakeholders involved, local residents, civil society organizations, and local businesses may join the management council, and I believe the Hwaseong City is in the process of the preparation. And there may be various roles for various stakeholders, and the conservation of the Hwaseong Wetlands and their wide use depend on the operation of this council in a proper manner. And for the conservation and the benefits for local residents, I hope policy can be devised in a sophisticated manner. And there are 4 goals of management: sustainable use of coastal resources, and also cultural and economic benefit enhancement, and the restoration of the wetlands and ecosystem, and the listing as Ramsar site and UNESCO heritage. And I think marine space classification is very important. So we need to survey on the wetland ecosystems and classify them as conservation area, buffer zone, and wide use area. And I think there must be a department that is in charge of the management of wetlands. If such a system is not in place, I don't think effective management can be performed. So we need to formulate the local ordinance and form a department that is in charge of the wetland management with solidarity with CSOs. Mid and long-term policies must be in place. I think there are Ramsar Convention meeting is going to be held in 2020 in China, and I hope the Hwaseong Wetlands can be listed as a Ramsar site in 2022. By 2025, if it can be done before that, it is better. By 2025, I hope we can list the Hwaseong Wetlands as World Heritage. And I think the following schedules will be like this. In closing, as I mentioned earlier, there is no department that is in charge of the management of Hwaseong. So damage to tidal flats and coastal areas are being done. So I hope there is a dedicated department for the management of the wetlands. For example, ecotourism in Jebu Island do harm to the environment. So to conserve the sand plants, we have to restore the area. The same goes to the Maehangni tidal flats. Right behind the Maehangni, there are hotel building project is being carried out. In one part, the hotel is being built, and the other part, the area was designated as a protected area. So I don't think the policy is being implemented in a consistent manner. So I hope the wetland policies can be consistent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Chung Gi-young. We listened to all the speakers. There are some people who are present in person, but there are questions through the YouTube channels. So because of time limitation, we will receive one or two questions.
To Park Jae-yeon, I'd like to ask this question. And after designations of these, the protection areas, is there a separate plan for Maehangni and Hwaseong Wetland?
And to Hwang Seon-mi, the benefits of local residents need to be communicated to local residents. Do you have such a system?
So to Dr. Lee Soo-jin, well, actually, the tourism, the facilities and trail-based tourism, how those can be connected together?
To Chung Gi-young, to manage the Maehangni tidal flats, what is going to be the first priority? These are the questions that we received. So
So time is limited, so please address those questions very briefly. Protection, the area has been designated. So is there any future plans for Maehangni? So as other speakers mentioned, so Maehangni wetland can be listed as a Ramsar site and also the World Heritage Site in the future. Well, actually, the World Heritage, the listing, the committee and also Korean, the cultural, the heritage authorities will make effort in order to do the listing. And also the restoration, the project will be done and the vegetation restoration programs will be implemented further. So those are our plans. And regarding the marine protection areas, once a certain area is designated as a protection area, the residents are invited and develop protection programs together. So those are the plans.
The benefits for local residents, how are they going to be communicated to local residents? That was the question. There are Suncheon Bay Wetland Committee is formed in Suncheon Bay. And there are 3 villages involved. So local residents are participating in the council and there are experts and CSOs are also participating and it is a representative system. But due to COVID-19, the communication is not very smooth. Online communication is important, but to carry out the projects, the meeting in person is very important. So such meetings are very difficult to organize because of the COVID-19. And there is a small forum operated in Suncheon Bay. Suncheon Bay Conservation Division hire many people, and about 50 people are working for the division, and they carry out their own project in each unit. Some people are operating the hooded landscape farming. So they communicate with the local citizens for the entire year. And through the Suncheon Bay Eco Talk, current issues related to Suncheon Bay can be discussed. Topic is decided, and when they want to listen to experts and local residents, we can listen to their views and opinions through the small forum. February 28th is the day for hooded crane, so CSOs and local residents, including them, the Suncheon citizens are also participating, and to have such opportunities, we are making efforts. And for Read Festival, we are trying to involve local residents as well. The ecosystem provided by tidal flats are various and almost limitless. But for local residents to perceive such benefits, the immediate economic benefits are required, and we are making efforts to produce such benefits. And I hope we can enhance our communication further. Thank you.
So, Dr. Lee Soo-jin, please. So actually, the how trade-based tourism and also the structures can go together, and also how to invite local residents. So trade, the based tourism, that is Well, actually designated after do the zonings. So the zoning is done for the residential zones and the commercial zones, but there is no fence actually. So the tourists just go into the private land. So we need to have the educations and campaigns so the visitors who follow the trail-based tourism do not go into the private land areas. So those effort, training and education is required.
To manage the tidal flats, what's going to be the first priority? That was the question. Since 2009, I have observed the Maehangri tidal flats. During the recent several years, I noticed some change that I was not able to see before in the tidal flats. So more detailed surveys are required for tidal flats. Dr. Nair has made great efforts to survey on the tidal flats, but I believe this must be ongoing efforts. And there are conflicts in Maehangri tidal flats in relation to hotel project and other development projects. So through the Wetland Management Council, I believe there must be a venue that we can discuss and mediate such conflicts and issues. I don't think it can be resolved by environmental organizations and local residents campaign. So the Management Council is required to resolve such issues. To do so, I believe the council must be formed and the budget must be supported. Suncheon Bay is located in the southern area of our nation, but 10 million tourists visit there. How many people are visiting Hwaseong and Hwaseong Wetlands? I think Hwaseong Wetlands are as good as Suncheon Bay. So with such a big picture, I hope we can form the Wetland Management Council.
So there are many questions, but we cannot address all these questions. And actually, well, one speaker said we should practice slow life, but we under time pressure, so we cannot do that. So we can address these questions later and give the answers on the web page later. I believe that is one viable options. So once again, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, and all the answered questions will be addressed on the website. Thank you. So we had 4 presentations, and those presentations the interconnected. So based on this, we can better prepare for the future of Hwaseong Wetland. And the last presentation was made by the speaker from Korea Federation for Environmental the movement of Hwaseong. In order to have such protections, it is important to secure budgets and exclusive organizations. So I hope that Hwaseong City will make effort as well. Well, if there is the last burning question, we are going to invite only one person. So please make your question very brief. So let me deliver microphone. So please wait for a second. So I'm Ijuna, chairperson of Hwaseong Sustainable Developments, and I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Park Ja-hyun from Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And actually, protection area was designated, so the certain areas will be protected under regulations. So the legal system has been established for the protection of that area. But as other speakers mentioned in continuous manner, all this the nature is interconnected in organic way. So the Gyeonggi Bay and also the west part of Korean Peninsula takes 2/3 of total the tidal flat, and all these tidal flat are interconnected. If the central government does not make any effort, it is difficult for local government to have such an effort because there is a conflict with the local residents in the effort of preservation and conservation of tidal flat. So I believe that central government should play a role regarding that aspects. So is there any the plans to have the organic the conservation and the connecting all these tidal flats? And the Gyeonggi Bay is located in Hwaseong City, but the Incheon City and the Chungnam Province and all these and Tangjin and Taean, Incheon and Ungjin, all these the cities and counties have all these the tidal flats. Well, embankment and the industrial, the complex, and those structural, the facilities are in place, and also the currently still developments are going on. So even though Hwaseong City is making effort, if those activities are not stopped in other provinces, in other cities, and other counties, we cannot restore tidal flats. So the connected and concerted efforts are required. In order to do that, central government should play a role. When you go to Pyeongtaek City, well, actually that is Gyeonggi Bay as well. Heavy development is going on. So Hwaseong City will inevitably have an impact from that. So what is your future plan? So let me briefly answer to the question. So we the contemplation regarding that, the tidal flats, and well, we had the district-based approaches. You talk about Gyeonggi Bay, Hwaseong, the Pyeongtaek, and Incheon, and they all have this the Gyeonggi Bay and the tidal flat. So we are going to have integrated approaches. And the western part of Incheon and the Gangwon Islands, they also have a tidal flat. So the conservation effort should be made in the well-concerted manner. But without the close consultation with the local residents, we cannot just have the protection measures. So we are going to have a continuous effort in order to invite and engage local residents. Well, thank you. So we are behind the schedule. So actually, the Mr. Chung Ki-young talked about the Maehangni tidal flat, the hotel project, and the development project are undergoing. So that is a local issue in some aspects. So when we see the Maehangni, then Kia, the motor, the company, and the steel production facilities and power plant facilities, and they have a great pollutions, and we have a massive amount of the polluted water. So they can the degrade and quality of tidal flat, and on the dunes, the youth hostel was established, and the Maehangni has having the hotel project. Some visitors need to have some these places to stay, so that will be directly translated to the financial income to residents. So residents want to have such facilities, but if we only talk about the conservations of a wetland, then fishermen have a great complaints about that. So the country-wide approach is required, and while in very early morning with a heavy rain, and we could see the black tides on the oceans, and that is from the Kia Moto company. When there is a heavy rainfall, they release those polluted water at night time. So there should be monitoring system. The community residents should be invited and monitoring should be done. So in order to resolve such pollutions, and Kia Moto should pay the financial burdens, and anyhow based on the monitoring systems, and we need to make effort in order to protect that areas.
As a citizen representative, President Chun Man-gyu talked about the assignments that we must carry out in the future. Thank you for your presentation to all four speakers. Thank
quite a big city which has the tidal flood, but most of other cities which have the tidal flood have reducing populations. And also the tidal flood fishing activities is reducing as well. This is about the biodiversity of the tidal floods. And as of 2000, and there are about 770 species which are living in tidal floods. So when we see the
2021 International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetlands. Following the session 1 in the morning, we are going to proceed to the afternoon session. There are 2 sessions in the afternoon. The importance of designing the inland wetlands along the Hwaseong Lakes as a wetland protected area and future management guidelines of the Hwaseong Wetlands will be discussed with 6 speakers. And the following special session is about the proposal for the expansion of the Far Eastern Kalu network of the Korean Peninsula with 2 speakers. Now I will invite the moderator for the second session, Secretary General Kim Chuni of the KFEM. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Kim Chuni from KFEM. Very pleased to meet you. Yesterday, I visited a forum about the coexistence in the city of steel. So 3 cities met together. Municipal governments and NGO met together in relation to the steel industries, and they discussed how they are going to achieve the carbon neutrality, and it was a very moving forum. The efforts of the municipal governments, NGOs, and citizens were very impressive. The city with the massive natural resources such as wetlands, I believe they can also have the similar types of discussions. On the way from Dangjin, I was able to see many factories located in the coastal areas. They played a large part for the nation's economic development, but now we need to think of the carbon neutrality. Last year, 14 square kilometers of the Maeangri Tidal Flat were designated as the wetland protected area. And in the afternoon, we will speak about the importance of inland wetlands. We embrace the wetlands, and if we connect them to Hwaseong, then we will be able to see the future. And I believe that is the session for now. I will introduce presenters and discussants. So when I introduce you, please stand up and greet the audience. Dr. Nail Moos, who surveyed the wetlands nationwide the most, you can only greet for now. The second presenter is about the case of Seat Marsh in the UK. The presentation will be made by Director James Robinson, and he will be connected through Zoom. And there are 4 discussants. Director Yu Ho from the Ministry of Environment. The second discussant is Choi Jin-chul. In Yesan, we can see beautiful oriental stalks. And to present the case about the eco-friendly farming for oriental stalks, we invited Chairman Seo Dong-jin. And about the Suncheon Bay case, Dr. Kim In-chul will be with us for the discussion. Dr. Kim In-chul? Dr. Narmos will deliver his presentation for 15 minutes, and Director Robinson will deliver his presentation for 25 minutes, and each discussant will be given 5 minutes, and then we will receive question and answer through the YouTube. Please welcome Dr. Narmos with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 세워생부터 나알모스입니다.
Good morning. I am Narmos from Bird Korea.
Today, I'm really pleased to be here. For the last 16 months or so, we've been conducting surveys, looking at management issues, threats to the wetland, working with the EEFP, Hwaseong Eco Foundation, and Hwaseong City. It's been a really good project. Rather than go into all the details of what we found and what we thought, I'd like to go back a bit to basics. Why we're doing this work, what it means, and particularly focusing on two questions. Why is it important to think about conserving the freshwater wetlands? And if we protect them, what kind of boundaries should we set for a protected area? Ramsar Convention, World Heritage, they provide really good guidance. Will we follow that guidance or go our own way? If you look at the figure, just to get everyone's bearings, the white line is the outer boundaries of the Flyway Network site, designated in 2018, with some slight revision. The green area is the area we focused on this morning, the Hwaseong Mehangri Kepur, and the blue area is the area of the proposed freshwater wetland conservation area. Before talking specifically about those proposed designations, let's just think back to wetlands, how they formed, what they are. Think back to rivers. Even just a century ago, and before that for millions and millions and millions of years, every river simply flowed from the mountains to the sea. Every time it rained, the rivers washed down sediments. This supported life in the river. During the rainy season, the rivers overflowed their banks. They created extensive wetlands. They created fertile soils. They gave our civilization their start. And the rivers continued past the floodplains into the sea. And meeting the sea, they deposited this rich nutrient into the tidal flats and built up the tidal flats that gave us also the food culture that everyone is so familiar with today. Those rivers connect everything together. And the species that live in those systems have evolved over tens of millions of years exactly into those bits of habitat. Please reflect on that. We look at a map of Korea. All the bits in yellow and brown are the mountains. The green areas used to be floodplain wetlands. Now, almost 75% of tidal flats have been reclaimed. Almost all rivers are dammed. Almost all natural floodplain wetland has gone. There are very few places left where you have this seasonal difference. After the Jangma rains, the wetlands fill, and then autumn, winter, they fall again. But these are exactly the places that are depended upon by species like Hwangse. And here in Hwasong, we have the reclamation lake, artificially barriered from the sea by a sea dike. In the summer it fills, autumn and winter it falls. It exposes freshwater mud, area for Hwangse to feed, the area for the geese to roost. Even rice fields are a kind of floodplain wetland. Fill up in summer, drain in the winter when they're used by flocks of geese. Many of the species that are national natural monuments, that are globally threatened, that are very locally distributed, are specialist species of floodplain wetlands. Cheitorumi, Huktorumi, Hwangse, Kachangori, many species evolved into this ecosystem and depend upon it. And now they have almost no natural habitat remaining anywhere in the Republic of Korea. So conducting our surveys, we had multiple aims for our surveys, but we covered all of the flyaway network site. We divided our area up into the tidal flat areas, the freshwater areas, the rice field areas, so we could organize the data properly. And the data we gathered was especially on water birds. Now, this often doesn't get said clearly enough. Everybody knows what the Ramsar Convention is now. Most people in this room know the criteria, right? Oh yeah, familiar. Oh, Imamari. Oh, Sedri, Imamari-san. Oh, okay, internationally important. But what does that mean? It means that those wetlands are especially naturally productive. When we have large concentrations of water birds, it means it's a productive wetland. When we have concentrations of globally threatened species, it means there's these very special, rare ecosystem niches, ecological niches, places where these species can still survive. This is the meaning of these criteria. It's not just a simple, made-up rationale. It's based in science. Because these species evolved with these systems. And if we manage the systems correctly, we can maintain those species and benefit from all the other ecosystem services. The freshwater area of Hwaseong Wetlands is extremely important by itself. But actually, it's also very important because it's used by almost all of the Doyo Multese and the Chose and the Norangburi Pengno that feed on the tidal flat. Now, it's very easy for us as humans. We go along for 1 hour, we see the bird there, and we say, oh, they're always there. But every day, as the tide comes in, these species have to move from the tidal flat into the reclamation lake to roost. They have no other choice. And in Hwasong, any tide above 8.8 meters means that the tidal flat Mehangri-Keppel is completely covered. The new wetland protected area has no roost site at all. And these birds then fly into Hwasong Lake. Above 9 meters, all of the Allocorymmadoyo, Far Eastern curlews that are feeding in Mehwari, Songgori, they also fly into Hwasong Reclamation Lake. That lake, because it's shallow, has a wide, muddy edge, is absolutely key to the survival of that species. And in July, we counted about 8% of the world population in one flock. This is a bird the Australian government is working frantically to conserve. People along the flyway are increasingly conserved. There's only 32,000 in the world. 8% of them, one roost here in Hwasong. Conversely, when we look at the geese, so many geese in Hwaseong Subji. We tried counting them last week. But about Samanmari or Mamari, 40,000, 50,000 geese. They roost overnight on the reclamation lake and then fly out to other areas. What does this tell us? The fact that these geese are flying to Dangjin and Namyang-ho, these other areas, but roosting in Hwasong, tells us that that reclamation lake is the most important area available for them. The most important. Very coarsely blocked. Areas in brown are the areas where internationally important concentrations of foraging birds, birds feeding, were seen in our surveys. Green is roost. If we look at the blue, that is the area proposed as wetland protected area. That area is not big enough to maintain those populations of water birds. It's not possible. And this brings us to a very important point. The Ramsar Convention, Resolution 13.20, it states, intertidal Ramsar site boundaries should include the entire ecosystem of importance, including inland roost and feeding sites. The Ramsar Convention realizes if you conserve the tidal flats alone, great, but it's not enough. You need to conserve, and the birds, these water birds, by looking at their ecology, looking at how they use that site. UNESCO too. Boundaries should reflect the spatial requirements of species. Where they roost, where they feed, you have to conserve both. And this isn't something lightly done. This is very clear guidance that we should follow. And often, still, even now, when we talk about conserving wetlands and water birds, people seem to still think that this is an issue either of people or birds, development or not development. That's nonsense. This is about sustainable development. This is about good development. We are facing an existential threat of climate change. This is not something to debate slowly, to gradually get to understand. The science is absolutely clear. Our civilization, our economic system, our social system is under threat. And we have to work together, every one of us, to do everything we can to lessen that problem. We must do. We owe it to ourselves and to the people and other species who come after us. Look at the comments from the Secretary General. Nature-based solutions could provide 1/3 of the net reductions in greenhouse gas emissions required. We need to think about large-scale restoration. I'm very inspired by the ministry plan for restoration, but the figure they're talking about is minuscule. It's tiny. We need to think big. The benefits of restoration are multiple. Blue carbon, storage of methane gas, and one I think is really important and often overlooked. If you can increase the value for ecotourism and environmental education, then you can build the political support that the decision makers need to make the changes that have to come. We cannot expect governments and industry to give up their way without us supporting them to do it. We have to provide places where people can understand the connection. Wetland restoration. Personally, if it was possible, I'd love to see tens of thousands of hectares restored in Saemangam, in other sites along the coast, Assam Bay, and here also in Hwaseong Wetlands. But even if we just consider a very small part, 90 hectares of the proposed freshwater wetland area. Currently, this area has very little value. But if you reprofile, move the sediments, make nesting islands for birds, create shallow ponds, redirect floodwater, hold it for longer, restore a floodplain wetland type place, then you will increase the ecosystem services, improve the quality of the wetland. And if you want to attract Hwangse, well, during the winter they were sitting up on the telephone wires and poles, they will nest here. And that would be a great introduction for people visiting the beautiful Hwaseong Wetlands. The next presentation is about the UK large-scale restoration. When listening, please think, this could be the Hwaseong Wetlands. We don't need to wait. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dr. James Robinson, and I'm the Director of Conservation at an organisation called the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust. My organisation has been working with wetlands for over 75 years, and we're a very proud partner of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, and therefore delighted to be here today to share with you some of the things that we've been doing in the UK, which would really, we think, potentially give you some great ideas for what you can do at your site. So what I'm going to do today is to talk about a wetland area that we have been involved with, which is part of a bigger wetland area that I'll talk about, and talk about the wetland creation and the benefits that we have seen from this type of wetland creation. I'm also doing this on behalf of our Environment Agency, who are the agency responsible for government's delivery of these types of projects in the UK. And we've formed a very strong relationship and partnership with the agency, which has really shown the benefits of a non-government organisation working with a governmental organisation. So this is the area that I'm talking to you about today. So you can see a picture of the UK on the left-hand side. And you can see on the right-hand side a blown up picture of the Severn Estuary. And the Severn Estuary is a natural estuary. It's one of the largest wetlands that we have in the UK. And it's also one of the most important estuaries in the whole of the world. It has an amazing tidal range, which is only beaten by the Bay of Fundy. So we have an incredibly important site here, but as you can see, it's also in areas where there is a lot of urbanization. So a lot of people also live in this place. Now, this area, the Severn Estuary, is of course like your estuaries in South Korea, in that we have lots of different activities happening on this estuary from people. And there's some icons here that you can see on this map that show the types of things that happen on this estuary. So we have fishing, and we have some commercial fishing on this estuary. We have people who go out and sail, so they're using it for that kind of recreation. But we also have beaches where people go and they spend their free time using these places for recreation. So you can see a lot of those urban spaces around the estuary are, the people are really benefiting from being able to go to this place, which is a really wonderful place to go and spend time for all of the reasons that I've said. So it's a very busy estuary and lots of people around it. The other thing about this estuary, which is really interesting, is that we have a lot of energy generation around it. So a lot of businesses and energy companies benefit from being part of this estuary. And you can see here a table which includes the names of some of the power stations that we have on the estuary and the types of fuels that they are using to generate power. So you can see we have coal power stations, we have gas, we have nuclear, and we also have some renewable resources now featuring in the estuary. But I hope what this slide shows you is that this is, again, it's an important place for people, but it's also a very important place for business. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was kind of where the water comes into this estuary. So you can see on this map the various rivers which are coming into the estuary. There are 5 major rivers which feed into this estuary. And the catchment for the water that is caught by those rivers covers around 21,000 square kilometers. So it's a very important estuary in helping us to make sure that we manage the water flow in this part of the world. And that's important because about 80% of the land in this catchment is used for farming and for forestry. So again, there are people whose livelihoods are based on this estuary functioning very well and making sure that they have the water that they need, but also don't have too much water that causes them problems at the same time. Now, I've said all of that about people and about business using this place, but it's also a very important place for wildlife, a bit like the site that you're talking about today. So you can see these areas of shading, and they represent the kinds of designations, the types of protections that we have for wildlife on the estuary. It is an internationally important place for water birds, and that is in part why it is considered a Ramsar site, but it also receives these other types of protection, which are legal types of protection, which are offered by the UK government. Now, you might think, well, how does all this work together? So how can you have all of those people and all of those businesses working on this estuary while it's still important for the birds? Well, the great benefit of the type of legislation that we have is that the legislation can allow development where it has no significant impact on the features, the types of wildlife which are making this site important. So it means we can and have achieved sustainable development on this estuary. And that's been extremely valuable. It means that we can have all of those things that are important. And for many of the people who come and visit the estuary, the people I talked about earlier, the reason they come is because they enjoy coming to see the wildlife which is in the estuary. So keeping that safe and sound is incredibly important. But our estuary, the same as estuaries across the world, is under threat. And that is dangerous both for the wildlife that use the estuary, but also for the people who live and work around the estuary as well. So the Environment Agency, the government agency I mentioned earlier, they continue to maintain around 200 kilometers of hard sea defenses. And what I mean by hard sea defenses are concrete seawalls, effectively. And these provide flood protection for over 100,000 businesses and homes. And that flood protection is worth about £5 billion. But it is under threat because of the nature of sea level rise and storm surges in the estuary. So the Environment Agency understand this, and even for the wildlife value, they are required to compensate for the loss of any internationally important habitat within the estuary through this type of coastal squeeze. And this diagram that you can see below kind of shows the type of issues that we face, which are no different from other parts of the world. So as the sea level rises, we get erosion of the salt marsh. And once that salt marsh disappears, we lose the benefits that that type of habitat is providing. And we're also putting people at risk of flooding. And that's a big issue for us here in the UK. A lot of money needs to be spent on flood defence, and we need to make sure we've got the most cost-effective solutions and not damage the ones that are already there. So one of the things that we have done on the Severn Estuary is we have done some managed realignment. So what does this mean? Well, effectively what it means is that we push our sea walls further inland to allow the sea, which wants now to come in, to overlay this low-lying land. So once the tide comes in, because of the new seawall, and you can see the two diagrams explaining what this looks like, it allows the sea to come in. And what that does is create new coastal habitat, which is providing benefits for wildlife. I'll talk about that in a bit, but is also providing significant benefits for people. And I want to talk about that as well. So this is the scale of the site where we have been doing that managed realignment site. So this is on the southern side of the estuary, the picture that I showed you earlier. And you can see on the map here a much more further out picture of it. And then to the right, we've got a much closer area. And you can see the type of area that we were looking at. So what the Environment Agency did is they identified this particular area of land. It's called Steert Marshes, or it was called just the Steert Peninsula before we did this work. And what this does is it shows you the area of land that we did the wetland restoration and creation over. And it covers about 488 hectares of land. So it's quite a big area. Now, of course, when you're dealing with flooding, which is one of the issues that I said is a big issue for people on this estuary, you have a variety of different things that you can do. You can do nothing. You can just leave it as it is and accept that that flooding is going to happen, but that's costly. You can do the very bare minimum. You can bring water into the site from the Severn estuary, so directly off the River Severn. Or you could control it by bringing it in a feeding river that leads into the estuary. And this is the type of approach that we decided to take. So we wanted to bring, as you can see on this picture here, you can see the River Parrot, which is a river that leads into the Severn estuary. And what we wanted to do was to use that to be able to control how we bring water onto this site. And as you can see from this picture, this is only back in 1981, you can see the dangers of flooding in this area and the impacts. And this is one of the big reasons why it was seen as such an important project to do, because people remember this big flood event back in 1981, and they don't want it to happen again. So we needed to find some solutions that would make this never happen again. And of course, this flood event that you can see happened at a time where we did have those hard sea defences. So they were not doing the job. So we needed to look at a different approach. So we looked at the low-lying areas. So we used this approach called LIDAR that some of you will know. It's a light detection and ranging approach. And effectively what it does is it allows you to look at low-lying land. And as you can see here, the sort of paler areas are the areas of low-lying land. So we knew where we should be taking our approach to get the most benefit, but also understanding that these are the areas most at threat. And of course, the people who owned that land knew that this was land that was at threat of flooding. And we had to have serious conversations with those people to ensure that they were comfortable that we could transform this land into what we had done. And this is what it looks now. So it is now a place, a fantastic place on the Severn estuary. So you can see on this little map here in the middle how we have done it. So you can see a breach, which is where the river, the seawall has been brought down next to the river and has allowed coastal waters to come in. So we've got saline waters coming to this area. You can see the sort of tree-like structure that we've created through landforming to make this the very best place that we can for wildlife and for people. And you can also see some other areas to the left-hand side of this diagram, some more wetland areas, which are more transitional habitats into freshwater habitats. And what we wanted to do was to create fantastic habitat for lots of different types of water birds that use the area and different types of wildlife, but also give people many different experiences of the type of wildlife that they would see. Now, if you look to the right-hand side of the picture, you can also see some of the things that we've done to make it even better for people. So we have put in a lot of different types of footpaths for people and given people access so that they know how to move around the site. We've also put in these viewing structures, we call them hides, so that people can get access to the wetland areas without disturbing the birds. And you can see they're pretty well-designed structures. We've made them out of shipping containers so that they last for a very long time. These are the sorts of things that we've been able to put into the site. often sponsored by the businesses around the estuary who now see the great benefit of these things being in place. And this site now is fully open. It was breached back in 2014. And what we've done now is made sure that we've given people the best chance to see this site. So you can see here what a breach looks like. So you can see back in 2014 when it was first done, about 2 meters of seawall down was taken out. You can see the water coming off the site as it started to recede. And now you can see back now in 2020, last year, you can see how that site has developed. So putting a hole in the seawall seems like a very risky thing to do, but actually if you do it well and you manage it and plan it well, this is the sort of benefit you get. So how do we manage the site now? Well, my organization manages the site under a management plan, so we make sure that it is looked after properly. Our land and water management is supported by government grants, so we get an income to help us to manage it appropriately. But as I said earlier, our relationship with the local community is vital, and that has been important since the beginning. And monitoring and research from universities and colleges has really helped us to measure the benefits of this approach. And now, as you've seen, visitors are provided with safe and easy access to the site. They have events, and we have things like self-guided trails, so people can get the real benefit of being on the site itself. But what are the benefits that we're getting from this site? I just wanted to touch on this because it's not just about the benefits for wildlife. So what we know now is that this site now protects local properties from tidal flooding and storm surges. It stores floodwaters when the tide is pushing in. It improves storage capacity and within the local ditch network. So again, we're managing flood through that. And the salt marsh that we've created as the seawater has come into that new area of land provides a living, natural and sustainable flood defense. But we're also getting huge numbers of other benefits. So although this was agricultural land, we're still able to produce livestock off this area of salt marsh that we've created. And actually this creates a premium product for lamb and for beef. So the local grazers are able to market their livestock at a much higher price than some of their partners and neighbours would be able to. We also know that the site is great for people's well-being and health, and we attract people to the site to do this. And I can't talk much about it here today, but we do something called social prescribing, where local health practitioners send people to our sites, like Steart Marshes, where they get a variety of activities which is helping to manage and improve their mental health. We know that our salt marshes and these other wetlands we've created are improving water quality as well. They're acting as a filtration system and trapping in some of those nutrients which are causing problems in the Severn Estuary. We're also, through our research, finding out that these new habitats are providing important areas for commercial fish. So the sea bass and the European eel use this site now, which is a completely new site, and that's providing benefits for the nursery areas for these species. And as I'll talk about in a very short time, the silt that we have provided that's coming in from the estuary on top of that vegetation in that salt marsh every year is trapping vast amounts of carbon. So what do we know about the value of those benefits? It's all very well talking about them, but how do we try and monetize that? Well, in 2014, when we started, we wanted to make an assessment of what the financial value of those ecosystem services for the site would be. And incredibly, I've done a bit of a conversion here for you. We estimated that they could be worth around 1.5 billion won annually. So that's a translation of GB pounds to your Korean currency. So we are securing a huge number of benefits, and that's what we knew back in 2014. But we now know that that is a significant underestimate, especially now we know more about the rate of carbon accumulation, which is offering new chances to potentially monetize some of the benefits that we're getting from this new habitat. But it's also, as I said at the beginning, a place that was created to provide compensation for sea level rise. So we wanted to make sure that the birds that were being displaced from other parts of the estuary were benefiting. And hopefully this slide shows you that that's exactly what we are doing. So we now have 53 species of wintering water birds using this site, around 29,000 individuals. and the numbers of 10 species now exceed the threshold for national importance. So the site isn't fully developed yet, so it's likely to improve over time. But we have provided the homes, the safe areas for those birds, whilst also providing those other ecosystem benefits that I've just been through. So this is a site which is truly a working wetland, both for wildlife, but perhaps even more importantly, for people as well. And it's not just the wintering water birds. You can see here some numbers of some of the other types of biodiversity that we're benefiting now from this approach, whether it be breeding birds or bats, the eels I mentioned earlier. And for things like butterflies, we've seen an increase in the numbers of species of butterflies using this site. Now, I just want to, before I end, talk about the natural wealth of blue carbon that we have in the site, because this is an area that we've been researching since we initially created the site. So you'll realize that these types of habitats that we've created provide two types of services. One is more of a regulating service, which is about kind of climate regulation and what I'm going to talk about now. And then there's a supporting service as well, which is about nutrient cycling. So making sure that these sites are dealing with those nutrients, including carbon, that we have to address. So why are salt marshes good at trapping carbon? Well, first of all, the tide comes in intermittently into this managed realignment area. It silts over areas of vegetation which grow annually. And because of the conditions in these soils, the vegetation doesn't degrade. So it's trapped in the habitat. So you've got carbon coming in from outside the site, but you've also got the carbon which has been created in the site by the vegetation growing on these habitats. And that's accumulating huge amounts of carbon. And we've been measuring it from the start. So we've been coring, and you can see here some of the other things that we've been doing around elevation change. And elevation is really important in this story. So you do need to get the right kind of levels. But you'll see here how the elevation has changed over time at this site. So we've put in a huge amount of work here, working with a university called Manchester Metropolitan University and a consultancy called Jacobs, who have been tracking how carbon has been deposited since we created the site. And here are the amazing results that we are getting. So our accumulation rate now is around 19 tons of carbon per hectare per year. And over the 4 years of the study that we've done today, that means that the site has accumulated 19,000 tons of carbon, which is around just under 70,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. That's big numbers. And that's attracting people who are very interested in offsetting their carbon. And we're looking to see how we could replicate this type of approach in other estuary areas because of the benefits for carbon alongside all those other benefits I talked about earlier. So what does this look like? If we compare that, so that means that one restored coastal salt marsh that we have in the UK stores as much carbon over 4 years as just over 1 million new trees grown for 10 years. So it's rapid accumulation. And that's equivalent to taking about 33,000 cars off the road in 1 year. This is big news. So my last slide here is just to show you that now we're looking at other areas to do this, because you can see the areas here that are shaded on this map, on the estuary areas, on the edges of the estuary, how many other low-lying areas are at risk of flooding and which ones could potentially benefit from this type of approach in other places, so people could, again, maximize the benefits of this wetland creation for helping wildlife, but really helping people at the same time. Now, I think you've got a wonderful opportunity at your site to secure the benefits of creating and managing your wetlands. I think it would be good for your economy, it will be good for your people, and it will be good for biodiversity. A win-win-win situation for you. And my organisation, I'm really pleased to have been here to talk about some of our experiences, but we stand ready to help you and to share our experience and knowledge. And hopefully maybe I'll see you one day at Steart Marshes and I can show you exactly what we've done and explain some of the things I've talked about this morning in a bit more detail. Thank you ever so much.
For discussants, please come up on the stage. In addition to Maehangri Tidal flats, Dr. Narimus said we need to designate the Hwaseong Lake as inland wetlands because they are used as roosting sites. For Seat Marsh, I found something very particular. The doctors say you need to go this or there. In addition to carbon sinks, it has the value of 15 billion won. So for our future plan for Hwaseong Wetlands, he wanted to maintain the cooperation with us, and it was a very important point. So beginning from Director Yu Ho, 4 discussants may speak for 5 minutes each. I am Director from the Ministry of Environment. Today's title is about the need for the designation of inland wetlands as a protected area, and I don't think I need to mention further about the importance. Since 1994, I have visited this site. So when I had time, I had a sashimi in this area, and also I saw the group dance by dogs. So, and I think the designation of the protected area is necessary. When we formulated the Wetland Conservation Act, the reclamation of the tidal flats were more important from the social perspective. So those areas that are licensed for the reclamation was excluded from the designation of the protected area. But there was amendment in the relevant law. So reclamation is still ongoing in the Hwang district despite that. And the designation of the protected area is still possible thanks to the amendment of the law. And if I talk about the recent change, when we designate the wetland protected area in 1997, staff of the Ministry of Environment visited the head of villages drinking some Korean wine to persuade them for the designation. But it has changed recently. Many people ask for the designation of the protected area. And I thought of why this is happening. Maybe we think it is better for wetlands to be next to us compared to the situation 20 years ago. Maybe the municipal governments and the local communities feel that way. So I think the atmosphere for the designation is much better than past. The Hwaseong Lake has lots of values for the conservation. So and Hwaseong City has an important position about the conservation, and the local people think of the designation in many different ways, and there are many different thoughts depending on their positions. If local residents can be benefited from the designation of the protected area, and if they are proud of the designation, until we reach that point, I think we need to have many discussions with the local residents. And if we can reach that point, I think it is very good. Hwaseong City is making lots of efforts to do so, and the Ministry of Environment will support the Hwaseong City to that end.
So let's invite Mr. Choi Jin-chul. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So the environmental, the pollutions and degradation. So I personally believe and experience that one. So we have a great the challenges due to this environmental degradation. So even though only short time is available, I'd like to share my thought. After the reclamations, and Korean government promised that they are going to provide newly created the rice paddy. The agricultural land was promised by Korean government. So about 1,700 households received that promise from Korean government. I believe the wetland preservation and conservation, those are very important issues. But in 1991, Korean government made an announcement about that. And in the year 2001, construction engineering work was initiated. And also the Korean government promised to provide the rice paddy. But from that time, 20 years has been passed. Korean government is not doing the duties and the responsibilities. And while in some areas, construction and the engineering works are still undergoing, but because that is the national agenda, so Gyeonggi Province and Hwaseong City and Suwon City, and also the other the businesses, and they only pursue their own interest. And livelihood of local residents not protected by the NGOs and the civic groups and NGOs, and they only talk about their own stories rather than protecting livelihood of residents. The Korean government sometimes say we do not have a sufficient supply of rice, so the rice cultivating should be done. So reclamation was made in this area, but a few years ago, Korean government said again we have the oversupply of rice. And also say because of climate changes and these crops can be weapons and Korean cannot have a self-sufficiency regarding rice farming. So we need to change policies. So like that, Korean government are changing their words. So it is difficult to follow what Korean government says. This is a situation faced by residents in this site. And we actually received the promise of giving the rice paddy, and actually documents was provided, but for about the 30 years. So from the initiation of the construction, 30 years has passed, but still we do not receive any the compensations. But now Korean government talk about the wetland conservations, the birds conservation and the wetland conservation. Those are far away topics to the residents who are living here, and also the NGOs think desalination work should not be done, but from the perspective of residents, all these things regarded as all the stumbling blocks to get the promise they received. So how long we should wait then? It is important to clear up the past, and unless the past promise is kept, and we cannot have a consensus for the future plans. And all the local residents have lively issues here. Unless those issues is resolved, we cannot actively support all these the Conservation Act. We personally experience the damages from environmental degradation, and we regret the agreement we had. So we do not express our wrong choice regarding the development of this area, but if our livelihood is not secured, we cannot willingly and actively support all these conservation works. So the things from the past should be cleared up first. This reclamation works here gave great damages on the livelihood in this area. So their livelihood plan should be made first. That is almost important, and that should be priority. Then local residents can and be engaged in these conservation works. Some wetland protections and tidal flood protection. We understand the importance of that. The oceans and the tidal floods, those are the common goods. When it comes to the land, and we have high the private ownerships. The great site of the land area is privately owned, and so it is difficult to have the conservations, and also it is difficult to have a consensus. So let's think. When my farming area is designated as a protection areas, then what happens to the livelihood? So the protections and livelihood can be kind of conflicting issues. So livelihood should be supported first, and the past promise should be kept first. And based on that, the local residents can actively participate in this preservation. Thank you.
I am very honored to speak in today's symposium. When I listen to many people's speech, our society has developed centering on the urban areas, and there are many issues in the local area. And I have a sympathy with many points. In Yesan, it was designated as the site for the restoration of oriental stocks. It is the region where 3 areas encounter. The oriental stocks feed on the field and rice paddy. They mostly carry out the feeding activities on the rice paddy, so rice farming is very important. And I have carried out the eco-friendly farming since 2009. At the time, less than 10 farming households carried out eco-friendly farming. Now, the area of the eco-farming areas reach about 114 hectares, and the harvested amount is about 650 tons. So people got familiar with eco-friendly farming. But it is not enough to persuade people and we always think of the future direction. There is a starting point, and based on the public and private consensus, we have to find out the ways for the basic framework. Oriental storks always stay in this area. They will live for 50 or 100 years in the area. So we have to secure the sustainability. We began releasing Oriental storks from 2015. About 91 Oriental storks inhabit in the wild area. We attached the ring, so we know Oriental storks come to Hwaseong. We attach the rings on their legs, and they are the Oriental storks released from Korea. So if you find them, greet them, because they are released in our area. The title given to me is the recovery of natural rice paddy and mutually beneficial farming. There are many conflicting points between agriculture and wetlands and nature. And there will be many issues, but we need to have some venue for discussion of many different issues. We need to garner people's will through eco-friendly farming. And we need to form a group for eco-friendly farming. Only the heads of villages communicate with each other. But if we group people, then the communication can spread and be extended. So we formed the Association for Oriental Storks. And we discussed why we have to restore Oriental storks. And maybe we can form small puddles, and then we restored 16 puddles. And we also surveyed the rice paddy organisms. So we have carried out the surveys on the rice paddy organisms. And also the Chungnam province is carrying out the education program for rice paddy near the village or school. This makes us communicate with people from cities. And we also held the festival for Oriental storks. We hold a festival in 2019, and this year we hold a festival 2021 twice through YouTube channels. Using various channels and media, people need to gather. The reclamation area reaches 7,301 hectares, but they have the farming land of the 800 hectares, which is quite huge area. For rice farming, the sales is very important. But farmers cannot resolve the issue of sales. So somehow we need to find options for the sales of rice. And also, the nutrition balance is required for farming. So if we pursue the eco-friendly farming, it may take a time, but I don't think there will be any big issue related to farming practice and income generation. And eco-friendly farming produced good results. For 20 kilogram rice, there's a price difference between eco-friendly farmed rice and the non-eco-friendly farmed rice. The eco-friendly farmed rice price is higher. So we try to secure sustainability through the trade with the citizens living near our area. The most typical challenge is the change of the person in charge in the administration. There must be a specialty organization dealing with this kind of project. In Japan, there's a dedicated person in charge of Oriental stock in Izumi. That person was working in that position for 18 years. And he wanted to stay in that position. That's how the policies are implemented in a consistent manner, and that is something we have to learn. So if such a system is in place, we can resolve issues step by step. I believe there are many people related to tidal floods and environment, and I hope we can formulate a venue for the various discussions.
So let's invite Mr. Kim In-chul. I'm the last the panelist. I'm director from the Institute of Eastern Jeonnam Community Studies. So I have a close connection with the Hwaseong city. So during my university years, I participated in demonstration to close the bombing site in Maehangni, and in 2000 regarding reclamations, and well, I participated in environmental movement, and I am based in the Suncheon Bay. So in order to protect the Suncheon Bay from the young age, I participated in the various environmental activities. So I myself has quite a close relations with the wetland. My years with the wetland is about 30 years. So I'd like to share many things with Hwaseong City regarding Hwasong Wetland. So wetland, the value of that has been mentioned by Dr. Moores, and also from Ministry of Environment that was mentioned as well. So we do not need to have a further discussions about the value of a wetland. But there are many other issues we need to think about. The agricultural land and other tidal flats, and all these areas are organically deconnected. So we cannot separate only one area away. We need to have the integrated the approaches. In the keynote presentation, Mayor of Hwaseong City they mentioned this wetland is the beautiful, and it is surrounded by great landscapes. So it is important to enhance the people's awareness regarding the value of a wetland. But regarding Hwaseong and the wetland, people have a different perspective and people have a different viewpoint. So the future of Hwaseong, the wetland, and what kind of benefits they want to have from that, that can be all different. So because they raise their own voices, there the continuous conflict. Last year and this year, we are having this International Symposium regarding Hwasong Wetland. So, what is the future of Hwaseong Wetland? We should think about our common dreams and our common targets. All the stakeholders should get together and should have one common dream for the future of Hwaseong, the wetland. We need to have the future vision for Hwaseong Wetland. So, fishermen and the farmers and the NGOs and educators and all the wetland lovers, and they have their own different perspective, but they should be shared and should have a common goal for future of Hwaseong Wetland. Based on this consensus, we can make the progress. In Hwaseong Wetland, there are many different stakeholders. If there is no consensus, there will be no the possibilities to work together. There should be one the governance. The mayor of Hwaseong City is making effort, and also he will show the strong leaderships regarding protection of a wetland. But the leadership can be changed in every election time. Then, while new leadership can have a different policies, so it is important to have homegrown the self-governance. And in 1995, the protection effort was initiated. In the year 2004, the governance was somewhat established and local ordinance was enacted. So after 10 years' time and 15 years' time, we started to see some differences. So what I want to say is it is important to have the consensus and governance. By inviting all the stakeholders, it is important to have such a system. And also there should be well-established the system as well. So wildlife protection areas and the other wetland protection areas, those should be designated based on ordinance. What I heard is Hwaseong City is preparing to enact such an ordinance, but Hwaseong City should move the fast so that the project can be initiated. The starting point can be small, but if you do not go through such necessary steps, it is impossible to have the bright future for this wetland. When it comes to Suncheon, in the year 2004, wetland protection, the ordinance was enacted. So, and also, Suncheon made the effort in order to establish the governance for the wetland and the protections. In the past, there was no such ground, but by having ordinance in the year 2004 and by having amendment of the ordinance according to the changing needs, and strong foundation has been secured, and also all the benefits from the wetland protection has been shared among residents. So the residents and also received the support, and special ordinance to support the local residents was enacted as well. So the prior effort should be made, and also the relevant foundation should be established as well. The setting ordinance and the establishing system and establishing governance. That's what I want to suggest. As I said, all the stakeholders have different views and different perspectives. So all these different stakeholders should get together and they should come up with one common goals for Hwaseong Wetland. So the use and product protections and conservations regarding that, as stakeholders should come up with one common idea. Thank you.
Thank you. President said consumption is important in relation to eco-friendly farming. Under President, there was the committee to devise the measures for agriculture and fishing areas. So it dealt with from production to consumption, all the perspectives related to farming. And businesses are pursuing ESG these days. So if eco-friendly farmed rice can be sent to those restaurants and the canteen in such businesses, I think it may be helpful. And Director Yuho mentioned about Korean wine. When Upo wetland was designated as a wetland protected area, they share the drinks with local residents a lot. So the designation of wetland protected area is very important for the convenience of local residents. And the representative of citizens are fishermen, and they gave up fishing activities because they trusted in the government's promise. For Seat Marsh, to increase the convenience and benefits of fishermen, they attracted the seawater to increase the fishing productivity. So we need to listen to carefully what local residents said. Environmental organizations, government, and Gyeonggi province need to have a deep thought on what local residents said. The wetland number 14, we were able to find about 240 black-faced spoonbills. But the government agency tried to plant sunflower in that area because they wanted to attract the citizens to take a photo in that area. So we had a meeting with a government agency to stop the trial. But I was so frustrated. We see only one government, but there are many different views and issues related to many different government departments. So the environmental activists need to make an effort to overcome such issues. And I think many questions will be raised through YouTube channels, and I see those questions. And the question goes to Nailmus first. About inland, if the connectivity of inlands and tidal connectivity of inlands and tidal flats are important, then why did we not do anything so far? Can you answer the question?
No. Science is evolving, and I remember back in the late 1990s, some very distinguished researchers saying they simply didn't know how important tidal flats were. People didn't understand what the impacts would be, and now we know. We also know about the climate crisis. We've learned many different things over the past few decades, and we need to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes again, that promises that were made get kept. And in the case of the wetlands in Hwaseong, I agree with everything that's been said today by everybody. Amazing. There is consensus. There are many problems, many different stakeholders, but progress really needs to be made. And from our organization point of view, yes, absolutely, benefits must be received by local communities. And in the same conviction, we need to use the science to actually make our decisions on boundaries and management. It shouldn't be just a matter of this is easier for one government department to have jurisdiction, or this is easier in this way. We need to overcome those problems. And just as said, government is a complex organism. There are many very good people in government, and we need to find ways to support them, to strengthen their voice, so that they have more influence over other sectors that are trying to prevent us from progressing with wetlands conservation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So there is another question. This goes to Dr. James O'Lovinson. So you talk about the blue carbon. So WWT, how WWT sees the blue carbon, and is it possible to reflect blue carbon to the net zero plan? Could you answer to the question?
Yes, good afternoon and good morning from the UK, very early in the morning here. It's a very good question, and blue carbon in our work across the globe has got massive attention in the last year or so. And even at COP26 in Glasgow, it was incredibly heartening to see the Korean government talk about blue carbon in its plans for wetland creation, restoration, and management into the future. My organization has its own net zero plan, so we aim to be net zero by 2030. And we work with a variety of organizations who are very interested in the power of blue carbon, whether that be salt marshes or seagrass beds here in the UK, or in mangroves in other parts of the world. There is a huge amount of interest. And I think that interest has grown because there is a growing recognition that we cannot meet those net zero ambitions through some of the other mechanisms and approaches that have already been used. So the creation and planting of trees, we know that is not, there's not enough land on this earth to be able to attract the resources to be able to secure true net zero. And therefore we need to look at these other types of habitats. And in Korea, you have such a rich resource and an opportunity to benefit from these sorts of approaches, and also the finances that will come from, you know, a good way of being able to offset carbon emissions. I think it's good for you to consider whether you can take the true opportunity here and to really develop that world-leading set of announcements that you made at COP26 and lead the world in showing that this is possible and can be of great benefit to the people of Korea, but also the globe, because what you're doing in Korea could have massive implications for how other people view the development of blue carbon. So I would suggest, you know, make good efforts here because you have a great opportunity. Thank you.
There are two more important questions.
So let me give additional questions regarding restorations. There can be great benefit to local communities. So the fishermen and the farmers, and what kind of a benefit they had through this project you just mentioned in your presentation. So, well, was there any opportunities for local residents to participate? So that is another question.
Yes, I mean, I've already said in the presentation that working with everyone who was living and working in the landscape started from the very beginning when we were first considering the idea of creating this wetland. And that included people like the landowners and the farmers, who of course were using this land, but also the fishermen whose livelihoods are reliant on healthy fish stocks in the Severn Estuary. And the mark of success of that level of communication is when we brought our proposals to the planning decisions in the government, there were no objections because we had spent so much time making sure that we had accommodated the various needs and requirements of the people who lived in this area. And as I mentioned in my presentation, local graziers are now benefiting from the premium products that they're able to secure from this area. We know that the fisheries, the nurseries, that the salt marshes that we have created are providing to species like sea bass and European eel are supporting those fishing communities. And we also know that local people have really enjoyed being part of creating this wetland. So local people have actually helped us and continue to help us to create and manage the habitats that we are providing. And that's been fantastic for us, and also for local businesses, because people want to come and see this place. And local businesses, restaurants, shops in the local area are seeing an increase in the amount of trade that they are getting because people are coming and they are wanting to use those places as they come to see this wonderful place that we've created. And we're also using it to show that we can create new income streams. So, for example, harvesting some of the salt marsh plants, the Salicornia, for example, we're looking to see whether that could provide new income to local people. But of course, people also benefited in other ways. So many of the landowners realized that this low-lying land would not be safe forever because sea levels are rising and that land needed to be dealt with in a different way. So they were very happy to sell their land because they realized that its value was going to diminish in time. And therefore they felt that this was a good opportunity to find new opportunities elsewhere whilst not having to suffer the consequences of more flooding into the future. So there are big benefits to be secured, and we think there are more to be gleaned in the future, for example, through the local carbon markets. And that has to be a benefit to the local people, as well as other people who wish to invest in those sorts of approaches. But it's that continued and right from the beginning, conversations about bringing people together to talk about it that you've already heard from other panelists, which is critical to the success of these types of projects. Thank you.
To the director, we have a question. For seawater exchange by making a hole in the seawall, it is quite a new approach to us. So when we install the structure, how can we decide the range that we do not disturb the migratory birds?
Yeah, it's an engineering feat to create these kind of places, but it is all based on data and good research and modeling what the impacts are going to be. That's what gives us confidence that these approaches can work. And this isn't the only example of this type of approach in the UK. There are now, we think, around 80 examples of managed realignment across the whole of the UK. And it is becoming a tried and tested method. But of course, when you do this type of work, you have to understand what the impacts are going to be on the wildlife as well as the people. That is already there, so before you start. And our planning process, what I talked about earlier, gives us the opportunity and forces us to make sure that we understand what those impacts are, and that if there are any types of wildlife on that site which need to be helped during the creation of that new wetland, then there are mitigation plans put in place from the very start. So we make sure that we're not damaging what's already there, which in this case was very small, but we do make sure that the habitat that we are creating is designed effectively to make it the very best for those migratory water birds, whilst also delivering all of those other benefits I mentioned earlier. So it is very possible, and we would love to be able to transfer some of those skills and expertise to you to help you to understand how we did it and how other people have been able to do it to reap the true benefits of this kind of approach.
So there is one last question, and actually the governments and the WWT, what was the role of the government and what was the role of WWT in this project?
Yes, well, I mean, we are a conservation NGO, and our role primarily was to help the government to design the best site that it potentially could be. So we are experts in wetland creation. The government needed to create this site because it knew that sea level rises were rising and it needed to compensate for habitat that would be lost. But we needed the public money from the government agency to be able to create the site, and they had expertise in engineering. So once we had designed the site and been able to design what we thought would be the very best place, then the government created the habitat, created those new sea walls, made sure that we had created the right types of habitat within that kind of tree-like structure that I showed you. We were able to help with the design of that. And then since that, what the government agency has said is that they don't want to manage the site, so they give us the opportunity to manage the site, and we do that very effectively. That's why we're getting so many birds and so many people to come and see the site. And that's worked really well. So it's a fabulous partnership between the government and an NGO working with the local community to secure all of those benefits. And it is seen as a world-leading example of how you can achieve these types of things. So it's been a very successful project, and we're very proud of it. Thank you.
The benefits, government, NGOs, and local residents forged the partnership. That was the essence. We will stop receiving the question through YouTube channels, and if there's anyone here have a question, and please ask your question to a specific person. Use the microphone, please. I'm a resident living within this wetland. I was born in here and I am engaged in farming activities. To Director Yuho, I have a question. You were born in Ujeongup and lived there, so you may know very well. Hwaseong is very close to Seoul, and there are lots of big cities nearby us, like Suwon and Incheon. And Hwaseong City is close to 70 different cities and counties. Lots of waste was buried in the Hwaseong City. In particular, Chugungli was a landfill site, and the local residents had a fight for a long time, and that issue was not resolved yet. We still fight with the Ministry of Environment because of wastewater. And upstream of the landfill site, Seokpo-ri, another landfill site is going to be built, and then we have fought for 5 years. Recently, the Ministry of Environment amended the relevant law, so even after 5 years, they try to extend the landfill period. Under such environmental policies, can the wetlands be conserved? To forage wetlands, the water must be clean, but in relation to water quality, what is the perspective of the Ministry of Environment, and what are the measures or steps? Thank you for your question. I have to correct. I was not born here. My husband lives here, so I came here. I kind of know where Seokpo-ri is. The extension of landfill site, because it is not my direct responsibility, I am not very sure what we have to do in relation to that, because I'm not very familiar with that issue. But at least for the conservation of this area, when I had a lunch with the staff of Hwaseong City, wastewater treatment and the waste management are well recognized by Hwaseong City, and Hwaseong City is aware of the problem. So during the process of the designation of wetland protected area, I believe such issues will be raised, and that's all I can answer.
So, while there is no further question on this venue, Mr. Izunan, okay, could you briefly make a comment or questions? So actually, we are behind the schedule.
I have a question to Dr. Nailmos. The problem of the reclaimed area for farming, because of sedimentation during the rainy season, they pollute the seawater. Actually, they must function is healthy water, but it reduced the area of tidal flat, so it disturbs the ecosystem and the habitat for fisheries and shells. At the moment, seawater exchange is not made, and the restricted exchange of seawater may improve the water quality, according to what Director Yuho said. But from the overseas case, within the dike, is there any way we can remove the sediments in the wetlands? Is there any case that it was resolved by dredging?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Another very difficult question to answer, I think. I would look at that question slightly differently. If you already in Hwaseong Wetlands, there are water treatment ponds that have been constructed in the north of the site and also the west of the site. And I think if we think about how we can use the existing areas of reed beds and ponds and shallow waters to increase flow of water through those systems, we can probably help the quality of water within the reclamation lake. Also, if the decision is made to open up the sluice gates more fully and increase tidal exchange into Hwasong Reclamation Lake, this can have some benefits and also some costs. So these need to be researched properly, discussed, and priorities need to be agreed between people. In the case of the majority of water birds using the site at present, if you were simply to open the sluice gates and make that whole system tidal, you would probably benefit some species, but you would certainly cause problems for others. So as I say, there needs to be a decision-making process where stakeholders agree, where water quality experts are involved deeply in the process, engineers are involved deeply in the process, local community leaders, all opinions gathered, all discussed, all reviewed, and science used to guide the best decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Kim Chun-hee for acting as a coordinator, and please give a big hands to 6 speakers as well. Thank you so much. So we are behind the schedule, so we are going to go to the special session without break. For this, the special session, there is the special video clip, so we are going to play that one first. And after that, we are going to start the special session.
Eastern Kolu will begin. The first presentation will be delivered by Local Coordinator Gu Yeona of EAAFP Secretariat. She's going to present the result of the survey on Far Eastern Kolu. Last year, there was a memorandum of understanding for 3 areas in relation to Far Eastern Kolu conservation. So the surveys were carried out at the same time in 3 areas. So we will invite the Gu Yeona project coordinator from EAAFP. Thank you. I am Gu Yeona, local project coordinator of the EAAFP Secretariat. I am carrying out local project in Korea, and I'm in charge of the projects in Korea. So customized to Korean situation, I will proceed fast. East Asia Australasia Flyway Partnership is dealing with migratory birds, and it is an international organization including 18 government partners, and total number of partners are 39. There are working groups and task force to conserve key species and assignments. And there's a task force for Far Eastern Kolu. And I will briefly introduce the EAAFP and then the relationship between EAFP and Hwaseong City. A flyway network site is the habitat essential for the survival of migratory water birds, and we support the effective management of the site. And there are 150 sites included in the flyway network sites, and there are 17 in Korea. The Hwaseong Wetlands is one of the flyway network sites in Korea, and it was designated in 2018. We knew very well about the importance of the Hwaseong Wetlands, and there was a request from the local community. So we carried out the local project with Hwaseong City, and we carried out many different projects from 2020 to 2021. And we forged a partnership, and we maintain our cooperation with governments and other NGOs. For Hwaseong project, including EAF Secretariat, Hwaseong KFEM, Birds Korea, and KFEM were in collaboration. The projects were carried out from June 2020 to March 2021. Awareness raising, ecological survey, International Symposium, and the many projects considering connectivity of local and international sites. And we forged a Far Eastern Kolu network of the Korean Peninsula. And we carried out the project to conserve the Far Eastern Kolu in Sumatra Island of Indonesia. And we carried out the project for awareness raising and continued the survey. I am speaking about many different projects, and I will talk about the project for Far Eastern Kolu. Indonesian XI Foundation, Hwaseong City, and EAAFP carried out the project together. In 2020 and 2021, EAAFP maintained the cooperation for international cooperation about Far Eastern Kolu. It is to support the implementation to conserve single species. And the Far Eastern Kalu in Indonesia was fit to the project. The research on the site was very little before, but we found the Far Eastern Kalus on Sumatra Island. On such a basis, XI Foundation carried out the survey, and EAFP considered the feasibility of the project. With the support from Hwaseong City, we carried out the survey, and we were able to confirm the many habitats and confirm the potential of the habitats. With the help from Hwaseong City, we carried out a new survey where the survey was carried out very little. It was very meaningful in that sense. And we continued the project this year. In November and December, XI Foundation directly goes to Sumatra Island for survey and capacity building. And early next year, local residents will carry out direct survey on Far Eastern Kalus, and the data will be shared later. In November, XI Foundation performed a survey and they have a break. They are watching the symposium with us together today. Far Eastern Kalu is the research subject of EAFP and Hwaseong City. It is on the red list of IUCN, and it is endangered species class 2 in Korea, and it is the symbol bird of Hwaseong City. They inhabit the tidal flat areas. What is more important is in yellow region, the number of Far Eastern Kalu continues to decline. If you look at the picture, this is the movement of the Far Eastern Kalus. Most movement is made in Yellow Sea, so Yellow Sea is very important habitat for Far Eastern Kalus. If this habitat is destroyed, the survival of Far Eastern Kalu is under threat. Not only Far Eastern Kalus, but also other shorebirds are suffering in Yellow Sea region. The number of individuals of shorebirds continue to decline because of water pollution and reclamation in Yellow Sea. So as you can see on the graph, you cannot see the exact number, but you can see the declining trend. Yellow Sea is very important, so EAAFP continue our efforts to save Far Eastern Kalus. So EAAFP and Birds Korea made a proposal to Hwaseong City to forge a network for Far Eastern Kalus, and Hwaseong City accepted our proposal. And the Hwaseong City persuaded other municipal governments and forged the network. It was last year. Hwaseong City in Gyeonggi Province, Yeonsu District in Incheon, and Secheon County in Chungcheon Province formed the network. In the process, as a local project coordinator, I was involved in the process a lot. That's why I delivered my presentation today. It was a long introduction. As I just said, in 2021, Far Eastern Kalu Network of Korean Peninsula carried out the activities in 2021, and survey was performed in July. The survey was done in Gyeonggi Bay and Kum Estuary. We counted individuals of Far Eastern Khaleej, and we also confirmed the types of habitats and their characteristics. The survey was done by Birds Korea and EAFP Secretariat. Ecological survey was carried out by Birds Korea and EAFP through the Far Eastern Khaleej network proposed to carry out the joint activities. So many organizations joined the survey. EAFP Secretariat, Hwaseong Eco Foundation, Hwaseong City, and Far Eastern Khaleej Network of Korean Peninsula carried out the project together, which became a massive project. I will introduce the survey method. The period was about 5 days. It was done in Gyeonggi coastal areas, Incheon and Kum Estuary, total 34 sites. And the people who are familiar with the area selected the site, and we counted the individuals of Far Eastern Khaleej and the number of individuals, time, GPS, and weather condition and tide time were recorded, and we repeated the survey at several sites. You can see Kum Estuary, Incheon, and Gyeonggi Province. The detailed contents are on the website of EAFP. And we found some amazing results. Total 9,642 individuals were found. It accounts for 1/3 of 32,000, the entire global population, and we didn't even know there are so many Far Eastern Khaleej. And we found the 11 main habitats for Far Eastern Khaleej, and I will briefly introduce them. Based on the features of habitats, feeding sites, roosting sites, and roosting sites during low tide. Based on the survey results, in Incheon, 3,684 individuals were found. 15% of the global population came to Incheon. What is interesting is in Borum Island, many Far Eastern Khaleej came, about 625 of them. Far Eastern Khaleej on Borum Island are flying back and forth to Jeju Bay in North Korea. When we compare the number of individuals and habitat type, they are feeding in Jeju Bay and they roost in Borum Island. That was the behavioral pattern of Far Eastern Khaleej that we guessed. And they roost in Songdo. During high tide, they roost in Incheon. If the roosting site is gone, Far Eastern Khaleej must travel a long way. So we need to pay attention to the habitat in Songdo area as a roosting site of Far Eastern Khaleej. Many Far Eastern Khaleej came to Gyeonggi Province, and Hwaseong Lake is used as a roosting site. There are many roosting sites in Hwaseong Lake, and Far Eastern Khaleej roost even in Mehwari and other areas. The longest distance is 11 kilometers. In Kum estuary, we were able to count to 2,641, 8% of global population, and Yubu Island was used as a roosting site. And this area was designated as a World Heritage. All the habitats of Far Eastern Kolu were not included in the World Heritage 100%, but they were included in the buffer zone. So I hope this data can be used by the municipal government. Through the survey on the Far Eastern Kolus, we found that we need more surveys. The more we survey and the more areas we visit, we can gain more accurate data and conserve these birds. Not only survey, organizing, and information sharing and understanding are very important, and the regional network among Korea, DPRK, and China can be considered. The photos you are looking at, the people are surveying on the Far Eastern Kolus. And we felt that this is very meaningful activities. And I hope the network can continue this kind of surveys and project. Based on the survey result in 2022, we will try to implement the projects for 2022, and there are proposals. 2022 International Far Eastern Kolu Survey and sharing the experience of the survey. Yellow region, ROK, DPRK, and China will be the areas where we carry out the survey, and the period was not determined yet. And we will try to explore the behavioral patterns and habitats. And we did not gain the 100% consensus from the organizations we proposed. Thank you. I know the song about the Eurasian colors by Jo Young-pil, but I came to know details about the Far Eastern colors from the presentation of Guyana. Next will be the presentation from Bernard Zelliger of Hans Tidal Foundation. Hans Tidal Foundation is an international organization working in the Korean Peninsula, centering on Yellow Sea area. We will look at the cooperative projects on the Korean Peninsula. And we will meet the Dr. Zelliger through video. 참석자 여러분, 오늘 이곳 화성에서 여러분과 화성이지만 함께 하게 되어서 대단히 기쁩니다.
Very important symposium here, and that you discuss issues of habitat conservation in Hwaseong, and also of the national and international linkages of Hwaseong. And I was asked to talk about wetland cooperation for Far Eastern curlews between North and South Korea. To do so, I would first of all check why there should be cooperation in wetlands and nature protection with North Korea at all. And then have a little bit of look at the Rason Ramsar site and the Mundok Ramsar site, two very important sites where also the Far Eastern curlew appears regularly. And then look at the ecological link the Far Eastern curlew brings between North and South Korea and Northeast Asia here, and possibilities of inter-Korean cooperation in nature protection. Now, why should we work on wetlands in DPRK in North Korea? I think wetlands are not only important for biodiversity. That would be enough of a reason to cooperate with North Korea on biodiversity, but also for the livelihood of people. And that is a really equally strong reason, because you all know that the livelihood of people is precarious, and wetlands provide food, wetlands provide clean water, wetlands help in climate change mitigation, they are excellent carbon sinks. All of these are reasons that wetlands should be really a very important focus of cooperation. North Korea has its own history of nature protection policies, which runs very long, but the implementation has often been a problem, especially in times of economic need. And international cooperation in this area is fortunately non-sanctioned, so cooperation can go on and fortunately does go on. We started to work on wetlands with North Korea seriously in 2015, when we started to help preparing their membership in the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. And North Korea in 2017 became the 170th member, and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, where it becomes the 35th member in 2018, and the EAFP short is not so well known international organization, but excellently, very much well known here in Hwaseong, because it did a lot of important work together with you, and they are here today. And we are very proud that we are also a member of the EAFP and work there together. The membership was a result of 3 years of cooperation, capacity building, and dedicated work of many partners, by the International Crane Foundation, the IUCN, the Flyway Partnership, the WWF, and Hong Kong Birdwatching Society, BirdLife, and many others. And we are very happy that we worked together and could achieve this good result. And you see here some examples of workshops we did together, presentations we did together, poster sessions, and also surveys we did together. With this work, we hoped to help North Korea to do that, what the Ramsar Convention wants countries to do, namely the conservation and wise use of wetlands. This included for us a reintegration into international environmental networks like IUCN or Ramsar Convention or EAFP, capacity building through training abroad and training in North Korea to improve skills and knowledge, and finally the designation of Ramsar site and also the exploration of Ramsar sites and other sites, and the conservation and management, sustainable management of these sites. Topics for our knowledge transfer program were, for example, wetland management, sustainable fisheries, ecosystem services, etc. And this led to a number of multilateral exchanges, including North and South Korea. And for us, especially those meetings where North and South directly could meet, often in a very friendly atmosphere, were especially moving. Another very important cornerstone of this policy was the National Wetland Inventory. North Korea had an older first inventory, which was by then 20 years old, under the leadership of the very dedicated Professor Chung Jong-yeol from Chosun University in Tokyo. And in 2018, October, at the Ramsar COP, the new wetland inventory for DPR Korea was presented, which had a very detailed description of 54 coastal, inland, and artificial wetlands in the country, and listed these sites, and also was a contribution to national policy making for wetland conservation and management. DPRK is now in the International Flyway and in the International Flyway Cooperation Loop and in wetland cooperation, and that is a recognition of these years of efforts, but it also brings new responsibility, reporting responsibility, but in particular also responsibility to preserve the wetlands designated. And we are very happy to work together on these, for example, in joint surveys, as you see here, with Dr. Niall Moores of Birds Korea, who has been a very, very important partner for this work and helped us with groundbreaking surveys to establish the importance of many sites through awareness-raising activities, for example, through publication like species flyers on scaly-sided merganser, on bear spotshot and other species. There's not yet a flyer on Far Eastern curlews, still an opportunity to do together. Also on awareness raising, for example, in the Rason trade fair, which you see here on the upper left, where we go regularly every year and provide information about the birds and the wetlands of Rason. And international cooperation is here really the key, like in the Bear Spotshot Workshop 2019 in China. DPRK, or North Korea, now designated Ramsar sites, two. That is the Moondog Ramsar site and the Rason Ramsar site, and Flyway Network sites, Moondog and Kumya, and they're preparing, as I understand, for Rason. And you see here on the right hand, this is an excerpt from the wetland inventory on Moondog, that we have quite detailed maps included, with this also species lists, etc. For us, this work all started in Rason in 2013. We had, after already several years of cooperation there, I had the first possibility to go and see these mysterious lagoon lakes of Manpo and Bonpo and see the swans there. That was in November, but fortunately the lake was not frozen over yet, so we could observe the swans, and this brought us to the desire to say we want to have at least a short exploration of the area, and we did so the next year in 2014 when we had a workshop together with the excellent people of UNESCO, plus also a smaller German grant from the Bosch Foundation, and we did a field survey and workshop on the conservation of migratory birds and habitats in Rason. And with us were again Birds Korea, but also, for example, Chinese, Russian, and international experts. And here we drew up, among others, maps of the area. And one very important part of the Rason story is that it's indeed not a wetland which is isolated, but it's a wetland which is very close to adjacent wetlands in China, that is the Hongchun areas, and in Russia, the Krasansky Nature Park. And you see here the red part is a Rason Migratory Bird Reserve and the larger area there. So one of the options for this is also international cooperation in the Tumen Delta. Several surveys in summer and winter time brought then the confirmation that this area is indeed a very, very important area for birds. And we had in the summer bird surveys, like in July 2016, new evidence or renewed evidence of breeding species, which was quite interesting because for more than 100 years, practically nobody had looked at these species. And this included, for example, the northern lapwing, where the last breeding record had been by Jankowski in 1898. And we found a very, very young bird, so that we suspect strongly it has been bred exactly in that area. There are, like everywhere in the world, also challenges in Rason wetland. There's no management plan, and management training for the new Ramsar site would be needed. This could, for example, be training on reedbed management, and there are unfortunately also new threats to the wetland, like a very large aquaculture plant which is built there. There are questions of climate change and afforestation. Rason is also still an area where we have a lot of deforestation. Ecotourism could be used to attract attention and gain international recognition. And maybe, as I said, that could also reach beyond the borders. If you look at reedbed management, here you see a reedbed which has been flamed down, and there are ways to do this in a way which, as much as possible, benefits the environment, or at least doesn't damage it so much. Among the threats, you see here this unfortunate picture of a very, very large scale. It's actually a Hwaseong Wetlands, so a factory for sea cucumber, which uses the water, which has only one link here to the sea, which is very important for the brackish water there. And the water use, depending on how they do it, can be very intensive, for example, on the use of antibiotics to leave the water clean or healthy for the Hwaseong to grow. And this could, again, damage very much other species in the area. So we are very worried about this development, because it goes right into the wetland. And the partners in DPRK, Ministry of Environment, was to begin with not aware of this. There were discussions about the way forward, and as I mentioned before, ecotourism would be one such way forward, development of ecotourism. And actually, together with Birds Korea, we did 2 ecotourism tours on trial with bird watchers from China and from Hong Kong in early 2019. Then afterwards, the work stopped due to the corona pandemic. In the moment, no travel is possible. We hope we can set up a new program after the reopening of borders, which will come eventually, though we don't know when. And here you see a picture of Far Eastern curlews at Bonpo, one of the lakes, roosting in April 2017. And that is already showing the importance of the area for Far Eastern curlews. It's a roosting place. And I come to another place now on the other side of the peninsula. That's Moondog Wetland Reserve, another Ramsar site of international importance for birds, maybe the most important single site for shorebirds in DPRK in North Korea, certainly the most well documented one. It's an area where you have this flow together, or this estuary of the Chongjong River and the Taeyong River, and then both of them flow into the West Sea, and we have these large island areas and tidal flat areas in the outflow of the river, which among others are extremely important for wintering swan goose. And we had a recent communication from our partners in DPRK that this year up to 51,000 swan goose, large part of the known world population, were indeed arriving in Moondog. And Moondog is, among others, also the border between Pyongyang-Pukto and Pyongyang-Namdo, which makes it administratively not always easy. It was already designated as migratory bird reserve in 1995, that time with 3,715 hectares, and it was part of a West Sea strategy, which under the GEF facility program was developed in the late 1990s. But from the beginning, there was no participation in the Flyway Partnership. And then in 2014, Miranda Foundation of New Zealand began surveys there. And we started to work from 2015 on, as I said, Ramsar membership in EFP Flyway side. Moondog is extremely important, and for a number of shorebirds, for wintering shorebirds, and also for summer birds, this has been established, and we made a very nice flyer on the wetland together with our partners of DPRK. And you see here also a Far Eastern curlew in the tidal flat. That was in May 2016 or 17, I guess. Let's talk about Far Eastern curlews and their potential as birds which could connect North and South Korea. Here you see another picture of Far Eastern curlews at the coast, at the coastal side in Hwaseong actually. If we look at the range map, we find it here ranging from New Zealand and Australia in the south up to Russia, Kamchatka, and also Alaska in the northern part. So that's quite a far range. But you see here that the Korean Peninsula, the Yellow Sea is one hot spot where all migrating birds are coming through, and also to some extent the northern coast and the northeastern coast of North Korea, that is the Hwaseong area. Here you see it a little bit closer, that you have these absolute hot spots at the Yalu River estuary, and then on the Chinese side, and that you have another further hotspot in North Korea on the Hwaseong side. How can these birds help for inter-Korean cooperation? First of all, I think the first step would be to say we need participation of North Korea and South Korea in international networks on the Far Eastern curlew. This is a task force in the EAFP, but there can be other networks, or there could be even a network founded specifically for that, but that would be the first part. Second would be, if Hwaseong wants to become a very attractive partner in this network, clearly it's very important to be a model, to have a model habitat in Hwaseong, and to have also, besides this habitat, for example, further materials on the Far Eastern curlew, further activities on the Far Eastern curlews. Then there would be the possibility to engage with third parties like the EAFP or Hans Seidel Foundation to invite North Korea to international meetings. That would be a first chance for encounters between both sides. In the time of pandemic, it's not directly possible, but as I said before, we are still in contact with our partners. For example, it could be discussed to support together species flyer on the Far Eastern curlew in North Korea to prepare them that this is a very important bird. It's a kind of SEPA activity, awareness raising activity, to say this is an important bird. You should look out for it. And with this, we could also slowly introduce important work on this bird in the southern part of the peninsula here in Hwaseong. And finally, there could be a third country meeting, for example, in Russia, with experts on the Far Eastern curlew, and it could have a very strong inter-Korean agenda already. Personally, I think if you are interested in such a way, you should focus on cooperation with Hwaseong. And why is that? Principally, Moondog or other sites, Kumya, etc., might be equally valuable for the conservation of Far Eastern curlew, maybe even more important. But Moondog already has a focus species and potential partners, that's swan geese and cranes, and there's many partners here in the southern part of Korea also. Some will sit in the audience who know that they're interested in cooperation with Moondog. Kumya as a site is excellent but not accessible. We have been there several times, but due to very close adjacent military facilities, missile base, basically we cannot go there, and we are always confined to interesting reedbed areas, which are, however, not that area which is interesting for the Far Eastern curlew, for example. And Hwaseong, on the other hand, from all the places in North Korea, is clearly most accessible and is also most open to cooperation. It's not easy to go there as a South Korean. In the moment, it's impossible. Even in the moment, it's impossible for everybody. But even then, if the border is open, you cannot easily go there as a South Korean. But it's not impossible, and it gives more opportunities for potential cooperation. I know that it's very, very difficult to discuss these issues dry, theoretically only. So what I want in the end to tell to you is we are very much open for this form of cooperation, and we hope very much that we can work on this together. And with this, I wish you and your conference even more success in the future, and I hope that I can soon myself join you again here in Hwaseong Wetland, and I wish once more to thank you all. 고맙습니다.
Well, thank you for the presentation. As you suggested, I sincerely hope that this Eastern the Kalu can have a messenger for peace and harmony. Before we have our last presentation, there is another the event for online viewers. So how to participate is the same as the last time. So there are a few options. So please give us the answer. Please make sure you only write down the number. So what wildlife can't be seen in Hwaseong Wetland? You can see 5 options. So please choose the answer. So the question again, what wildlife cannot be seen in the Hwaseong Wetland? Then now we are going to go for the last special presentation, the fate of shorebirds during the present global upheaval demands them solving fully interdependent problems along entire flyway. For this presentation, we are going to invite Professor Tianis Piersma from the Netherlands Groningen University. So we are still preparing the video. And actually we have some connection issues, so there is a delay. So actually we had 2 quiz. And let me repeat the quiz again so that the probability of winning the prize can be increased. So this is the last quiz. So what is the name of the birds that symbolize the city of Hwaseong and the largest bird migrating the furthest from Australia to Siberia? Actually, we had the presentation about this bird. Some actually options are more or less the same, but actually different. So please choose the answer. So they actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are more or less the same regarding pronunciations, but please make sure to choose the right answer. Previously I mentioned the title of singer Jo Yong-pil previously. That might help. So like this, we gave 3 different quiz. So please do send the answer. You have only one opportunity to win this prize. So please make sure to send this answer so that you can have a better opportunity. So we are going to invite Professor Tianis Piersma. The Netherlands is far away, but on the online platform, we can be connected anywhere. Anyhow, we have some technical issues, so please wait for a few seconds. When the video is ready, please give me a sign so that I can decide what we'll do here. So I believe all of you have the many things to share, and we have a rare opportunity to share ideas about this. And you have many things to share, but time was limited, so we could not have enough time. and the interest of a conflict that happens anytime, and also the things are changing very fast. Now we have a connections, and actually we can hear the voice but cannot see the video, so still we have a technical issue, so let me continue. Well, today we have the great discussions, but what we think right today, they might be wrong tomorrow. So we experience that one in our life. But the topic we are discussing today, that should be resolved in the long-term view. So, in particular, our planet, that is not only possessed by this current situation and current generation, and this will be owned by our future generation as well. So, since this is one common good, so we need to protect that one intact and hand it down to our next generation. We wanted to have the economic development for the benefit of mankind, but that gave us the adverse effect as well, which is environmental degradation. So in order to solve that one, we can have the collaborations. We need to bear our the effort. So after some years' time, we are going to have the result out of that. This year we are celebrating 4th anniversary for the International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetland. One the panelist said it is important to have the in-depth understanding so that rather than we have kind of the circulation of positions, if one person continue to have the same positions, the person have a better understanding about the situation, so we can have better solutions. That was one suggestion we received from panelists. And this international symposium has been with us for about last 4 years. As time goes, this symposium will be good opportunity to have the in-depth discussions. Well, because I need to continue because of these technical issues, but is it ready? And actually, it is the broadcasted on YouTube. So the people from the YouTube also watching what she is doing. So now we have the video clip that will be delivered by Tionis Piersma. So we are going to invite him.
Hello everybody at the Hwaseong Wetlands International Symposium. My name is Tionis Piersma. I'm talking to you from the Netherlands in Europe. And it's a real honor to be able to present the thoughts of the worldwide group of shorebird scientists in how we can look at our shared shorebirds and the habitats that they depend on. I've shared with you a very complicated title of my talk, The Fate of Shorebirds During a Period of Global Upheaval Demands Them Solving Fully Interdependent Problems Along Entire Flyways. Well, that's kind of a complicated way of saying that everything connects with everything, that every small place along a flyway matters. And perhaps a better way of saying this would be this. Along a flyway, every problem, ecological problem, can either be made worse by your local problems in your site, or actually can be mitigated, can be helped at your site. And that's the story I want to convey. Every place matters. The places along the flyway in Korea, in Russia, in China, in Malaysia, and Australia, and in New Zealand. Now, first of all, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a professor of global flyway ecology at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And my first experience with your flyway was actually in Korea, when I was a consultant with the developments taking place in near Busan and the Nakdong Delta. It was an incredible experience, and I was able in a short time to collect lots and lots of data. And the experience in Busan actually was replaced later on over the last 12 years by work that we do with lots of Chinese colleagues in the northern Bohai Sea. So the Nakdong experience led to various little papers on the dispersion of foraging shorebirds, about the abundance of waders in the Nakdong, and I don't think this area exists any longer. I was able to look at pteric sandpipers eating small crabs and eastern curlews eating bigger crabs, and even at that time, observations of spoonbill sandpipers were extremely rare. And I had the opportunity to look at spoonbill sandpipers for maybe half an hour and could describe that actually they feed like real spoonbills, moving their little bills, spoonbills, from side to side. And that was novel at the time. We're talking early 80s, so it's almost 40 years ago. So let's go to your flyway, the East Asian Australasian flyway. And in the Yellow Sea, the flyway finds its heart, because it's there that all these birds that have spent the non-breeding season in the south come together before they distribute themselves to the breeding grounds, very often in the far north. Your coast in Korea and also in China, they are the heart of the East Asian Australasian flyway. And it's a flyway with lots of famous birds. And I've shown here a couple of the bigger species. The gray plover at the top left, Nordmann's greenshank, a very rare one, great knot, only using this particular flyway. It's the only flyway that has great knots, and then red knots with 2 subspecies. So that's on the left. Eastern curlew, a very big bird, one of the biggest shorebirds of the world, in fact, Wimbrel, and then the bar-tailed godwit, the mega flyer that even crosses the whole of the Pacific. Now, something stands out about the East Asian Australasian flyway, that it has the highest number of species. It's the most biodiverse flyway in the world. Many more species, for example, than the flyway I will tell you more about in a minute, the East Atlantic flyway. But it's also the flyway that has, at the moment, the most conservation problems, because a lot of the species using the flyway are right now globally threatened. So we have the most species-rich flyway, but we have also the flyway with the biggest problems. And a lot of these problems, as far as we can analyze them now, have to do with what happens around the Yellow Sea, the shorelines of the Yellow Sea. And this is a picture of the Yellow Sea, a very shallow sea with shallow coast, with sedimentary shores from Shanghai to Tianjin, all the way to Dontang in Yalujiang, then south along the North Korean and South Korean coast. Lots of areas for shorebirds to refuel, but also lots of people that are there. So fantastic food sources. This is a picture from coastal China, a flock of red knots and a fisherman, illustrating the richness of the mudflats. And this is another illustration. Again, this is a mixed flock of red knots and great knots along the China coast, but there is also many people and people that want and take their space. And over the last decades, this has led to huge reclamations, I would say, all over and along the Yellow Sea. And this is just one of these reclamation projects, in this case in China. Well, using remote sensing, we have been able to get to grips with these reclamation. And this is a picture of the reclamations, even with an explanation in Chinese, around the Yellow Sea. Red parts mean 100% loss over the last century. So you can see many red paths. We have lost a lot of intertidal wetlands. So birds are squeezed together. And just to illustrate a bit more, I want to take you to Bohai Bay, and I want to take you to Korea, to Semangam. So this is an aerial picture of part of the Bohai Bay region, Tianjin, in 1999. and I'll now animate what has changed. And the coastal areas to the southeast of Tianjin have had huge reclamation. And of course, you all know from your own country the much debated Semangum reclamation, I hope I pronounced it right, where one of the biggest estuaries in the Yellow Sea was actually reclaimed, leading to the loss of feeding area and to the numbers of great knots in particular. If we take mudflat away, we lose birds. That's a very simple thing that we have learned from all these experiments. It doesn't come without a cost to the birds. Okay, let's go back to the flyway picture one more time and name another problem. And the problem has nothing to do with reclamations in the Yellow Sea, but with what's happening in the far north. Well, actually, what's happening in the whole world, but what is especially happening in the far north. And this is climate change. The areas where these migrant birds are flying to partly are some of the areas that heat up the fastest right now, which will mean that things change. Many things change. Habitat change, snow cover change, but what is especially important for the shorebirds that go there exactly at the time that the snow melts, so that the chicks can feed on the insects that become available later in summer on the tundra. What is especially important is the time of snow melt. This is a little movie made in the Crimea Peninsula, which is actually an area where birds from Europe and from Asia come together. And this is early mid-June, when snow melt is in full swing. This is why the river runs so fast. Now, a couple of weeks later, after the birds have laid their eggs and the chicks hatch, it's peak time for the insects that live in the tundra soil. And this is a picture taken of the tundra with our little device to measure the abundance of the insects on the tundra. You can see on the yellow sheet that there's lots of them. Actually, they have been glued to that thing. This is a way to measure insect abundance. And these insects are the food to turn this very small sanderling, the shorebird chick, into a big chick. And they have to do this very fast in a couple of weeks. They have to grow from this tiny bird into something that can fly to the south. So what is very important for the shorebirds is the time when the snow melts. And together with my colleague Eldar Rakabdiev, I've made an analysis of the changes in the time of snow melt around the North Pole and the whole Arctic region. So both the areas where your birds go and the birds where the European birds go. So this is the map. You can see the North Pole, you can see Eurasia, and I've indicated the approximate position of the Yellow Sea and the place of your symposium in the bottom. Now, what we've calculated over a period of 20 years is the change in the date of snow melt. In areas where it gets colder and the snow melts later, there is blue. So you can actually see that parts of Europe, snow melt gets later. So actually spring becomes later every year. And depending on the density of the blue, it's either 1 or 2 days per year. But most of the area, most of the Arctic, actually the snow melt becomes earlier. And that's a fast change. So the red areas actually have a change of an average rate of advancement of snow melt by 2 days a year. So every year the snow melts earlier, and for the birds to be in time on the tundra to raise the chicks with enough food, they have to be there earlier too. So that's a problem that affects all the shorebirds. And I'm going to take you to explain this problem and how we found out how it works with an example from the flyway where I grew up, the East Asian, not the East Asian Oscillations Flyway, but the East Atlantic Flyway. Birds overlapping actually with your birds from the tundra congregate in my country, in the Netherlands, in the Wadden Sea, to then fly on to sites in West Africa. And we are going to look at our long-term studies of bat-tailed godwits flying that flyway and see what happens during a time when the Arctic is warming up, with spring in the Arctic becoming earlier and earlier. And we know quite a lot of these bat-tailed godwits because we have been studying them for the last 40 years approximately. And lately we have been studying them with satellite tags, which become ever more powerful. So we know where they come from and we know where they breed. That's very important. And we know their timing, etc. And the story starts at a very famous wetland on the West African coast, the Bandarguin in Mauritania, which is by far the most important single site along the whole flyway. It's not even a very big site, but it harbors close to 2 million wintering shorebirds. And personally, I've been going to this place already for 40 years. Actually, we will be working there this winter again, following what happens to the birds. But one of the frightening discoveries there is that the number of bat-tailed godwits that we find is decreasing year after year. You can see our count series here with a gradual decrease of 2%, 4% per year in the bat-tailed godwits in our counting page. And actually this is reflected also in the total numbers along the flyway. Now we know that these birds are connected with the Wadden Sea, where they go in single flights, and they are connected with a breeding area in Taimyr, Russia, which is where spring comes ever earlier. So just to illustrate this a bit how we know exactly where these birds are going, this is a picture in our field camp in Mauritania, in Bandarguin. We are putting satellite transmitters now to a bat-tailed godwit female to release it and to follow it as they fly to the Wadden Sea and then to Russia. So we know this connection really well, and we are still working on establishing how this changes with satellite tagged birds. And as we've seen, this breeding area is part of an area in red. So it's spring is coming earlier and earlier every year. What I didn't tell you yet is that this map was based on satellite pictures, of course, where you can see the snow really, really well over the whole area. And that was the basis of this analysis. But you can, of course, also go into this area and record snow. And this is what our Russian colleagues have done, along with many other things. So what I'm going to tell you now is based on this paper published a few years ago in Nature Communications on fueling conditions in the Wadden Sea, so at the staging site, that are mitigating the Arctic warming effects and a migratory, at least to an extent. So these are our the observations of our Russian colleagues of the 50% snow cover change between 1995 and 2015, the 20-year period. And you can see on the graph that whereas in 1995, it was in mid-June that 50% of the snow cover had disappeared, and that in the 21st century, it was more like early June, as you can see here. Now, our Russian colleagues not only looked at snow cover, they also looked at the emergence of the big insects that are food for the bat-tailed godwit chicks. And it turns out that the snow starts to melt earlier. The insect food of the chick also emerges earlier. And this is one of the assumptions we have had. So if spring comes earlier, food comes earlier, so the birds have to be there earlier. So that's a critical step. What is also clear is that these birds respond. So clutches are initiated earlier as well. Again, these are the observations made by our Russian colleagues in part of that region. So that's good. So birds are adjusting to these changing conditions. And now the question is, how can they adjust? Well, partly they make the migration early. So again, observations of our Russian colleagues that these birds arrive on the tundra in the course of these 20 years, every year a little bit earlier. And then they start to breed earlier so that the chicks are on the tundra growing when the food also peaks. I go back one more time because what we now need to know is whether they arrive from West Africa to the Netherlands also earlier, so that they go earlier from West Africa, so that the whole migration system has shifted forward. Now, we don't have a good observation of birds arriving in the Waddenzee, but we do have very good observations of birds flying along the Dutch coast, actually arriving from West Africa before they go in the Waddenzee. This is a group of amateur ornithologists that have been seabird watching on the Dutch coast. And they've done that for all the years. They do it very faithfully. They are there every day. And on that basis, we could look at the arrival in the Waddenzee. And it turns out that the arrival in the Waddenzee is not earlier. So no early arrival in the Waddenzee based on this seabird watching activity. So this means that the refueling times have become shorter in 20 years, quite a bit actually. The refueling times were reduced from 4 weeks to 3 weeks. And in order to fly the same distances with the same body reserves, the birds have to fuel up faster. So they have to build up fat faster in the Waddenzee. And actually this was happening. You could also see that. I'm now going to be brief, but the refueling time in the Waddenzee was actually compensated by faster refueling rates, but only in the years with lots of food. And in the case of Bartel godwits, that's lugworms. But in spite of this, annual survival was in slow decline, because in the years without much food, the survival after leaving the Waddenzee was reduced. And this could explain exactly the decrease in the numbers in West Africa, and actually the numbers of the flyaway. So, here's the important point. I hope you're still following. That the adjustment, the compensation for earlier snowmelt in the Arctic occurred in the Waddenzee because they were taking less time leaving earlier. And in fact, because the survival declined, it involved partial compensation of time limitation. So these birds were doing the best they could. They were compensating and trying hard, but they were limited by the food in the Waddenzee in some of the years. Now this leads to another question that I was briefly look at. This is why didn't the birds arrive in the Waddenzee earlier? And you could say, okay, well they are built that way. They cannot go early because they are simply don't have the mechanisms to go early because they have a clock that tells them when to go. That's a possibility, but I think it's an unlikely possibility because if you look at the new studies coming out recently, birds have the capacity to change throughout the year. But this lack of change in arrival time in the Waddenzee, meaning a lack of departure time from the Bank again, could also have something to do with the conditions of the Bank again. In fact, that appears to be the case because what we have seen over the last 20 years is the decline of the food on the Bank again. So what we think right now is that the Bartel godwits would like to go earlier to the Waddenzee so have a longer time fueling up before they go to the high Arctic, but they are limited not only in West Africa, not only in the Wadden Sea, I should say, but also in West Africa. And if you think about this whole story, you conclude that it's no longer clear if a change in a migratory bird population is due to factors on the wintering, in this case West Africa, staging, in this case Wadden Sea, or on the tundra breeding grounds. Everything is completely dependent on one another, what birds can do. And birds try to find the best way to negotiate wintering in the south and breeding in the north. So this is then my take-home message already, which I will repeat one more time. So along a flyway, every conservation problem can be made worse at your local pace, by local problems, or actually can be mitigated, can be resolved to an extent at your local site. Every site matters. Every site can do something for the well-being of the birds. And this will be true for the East Asian Australasian flyway as much as it will be true for our flyways, in fact, all the flyways in the world. We don't have a good story as we have for the Bata Godwits in the East Atlantic flyway, for your flyway yet. We are building towards that. We are actively engaged in tracking birds, and this is one example of the year 2000 of the bird, 4 blue, white, red, blue, flying from New Zealand to South Korea. And actually, this bird, photographed by Andreas Kim, was using part of your coast, the Shinan County coast. And you can see that we have very detailed information of where this Bata Godwits hang out in May in the year 2000. And actually some of these birds are still alive, and you can follow them at this web address, www.globalflywaynetwork.org, where we have an active following site. So there's no birds in Korea right now, because all these Bata Godwits are, of course, in New Zealand, having returned there after flights across the Pacific. So I think I should show you a picture of how beautiful Shinan County looks, and I know that the Korea coast is full of very, very beautiful places that are worth preserving for that reason, but also for the sake of these fantastic birds that connect us all, tell us what's happening in the northern region. I know this is listed for a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and if it's necessary, I would like to offer my help by providing the information that we have collected from these satellite-tagged bar-tailed godwits, hoping to build the stories that tell us how birds and places are connected. So I come to my last part of my presentation. And this relates to the fact that our world is built on very good stories, on knowledge. And the question is, how can we find out about all these connections and the role that different sites are playing? And how could this influence management? Now, I think that in our fast-changing world, the science needs are as follows. So I call this science needs in a fast-changing world. Everything that happens to the birds relates to their food, and sometimes also to their avoidance of being food themselves. But let's focus on this. What we have done in various parts of the world, in West Africa and in many parts of Europe, and now also along the China coast, is measure benthic food abundance at coastal wetlands. And we have to do this on an annual basis, because every year the story is slightly different. So measuring benthic food abundance from the point of view of the birds in the places where they feed is a very valuable activity, especially if you can keep this going for a long time. Of course, we need waterbird counts. How many birds are there? But we also need to know which birds are there and how long they are staying. So this means that at least at some parts, we need catching and individual color banding so that we can tell the individuals apart. And this then leads to another activity that we try to do in various flyways. It's what I call regimented seasonal color band reading at key sites, where observers go out and look for particular birds. And if you see a bird with the bands, you know it's alive. If you don't see a bird with the bands that you know should possibly be there, it might either be dead or it might have moved. And a lot of what we do is to calculate survival on this basis. And now we are in a fantastic position lately that we can also follow individual birds along the flyway. And I think for an observation monitoring effort in the future, we should always keep a good number of satellite tagged individuals. Of course, not all the species you can do that, but of key species like battle godwits, great knots or red knots in the air, because you will get spatially unbiased information on the changing site use and on the time they fly from one place to another. So I have underlined spatially unbiased, and this is important because if you tag birds, say, for example, like on the picture below with Chris Hessel and Ginny Chen on Bartel Godwits, Australia, these birds, they will go anywhere. You will find out where they go without having to travel to these places. So travel restrictions does not affect us. And in fact, it has helped us a lot in these COVID times to have these birds airborne already telling us what was going on in the later years. And finally, of course, and this is very often forgotten, we need to curate the data. We have to be very careful of storing them, to prepare them for the analysis. Sometimes we even need to develop new analytic techniques. And of course, we need to write and publish papers that are examined by our peers, the so-called peer-reviewed papers. And we try to publish to the highest standard so we can serve our community, our governments, our NGOs with the best information possible to do the wisest possible things with our world. So this is the aim of my team, this is the aim of Global Farmer Network, and this is the aim that I hope will also be supported in many places, locally, along the flyway. I come to an end, so I hope you could think with me and conclude that along a flyway, every conservation problem can either be made worse by your local problems in any area, or actually can be mitigated at your site. Sites always matter, but the degree to which has to be under scrutiny. And the second message is that the monitoring of demography, of the migration food source is critical, because it shows the role of the sites and maybe the changing roles, and can help inform the best management practices. And with that, I'd like to conclude. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very good end of the International Symposium. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. We just heard from Professor Thionis Piamas. So the migratory waterbirds and the climate changes and migration route, and those are interconnected. So we had a great opportunity to think about the story. And we had an International Symposium for the Hwaseong Wetland under the topic of all connected through Hwaseong Wetland, one world and one future. wetland and human beings and migratory water birds, and the survival of all of these are interconnected. So we had a great opportunity to think about that. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the audience, online, offline. With this, we are going to wrap up today's symposium. I was Yu Xian. Thank you so much.